Okay, we're back. Today is a new day. I'm trying to remain positive. I can feel the fucking negative bullshit trying to work its way into my brain. I'm trying the way. So we're going to focus on writing today as much as we fucking can. We gotta get as much done as possible on that front. A little bit of right now I'm gonna relax and just gonna wake up in the morning. Because it's only fucking it's 9 a.m. Right, so we'll start. Where the fuck is my phone? Right. Right, today I want to get to at least 20,000 words for the like. I want to at least get to that for the right, and the trials or on the path, whatever one. No, the trials, the path. Although I may actually try to do more of the trials today. In fact, as well, I may try and develop that one a bit more. That's actually not a bad idea. Actually, I'll try and do that a bit more. So we'll do a. I think we'll finish off the agency that file, so we will right with the Griffin, and then. And then we'll jump over to the trials and we'll try and extend that one. And possibly even, I was thinking actually, let's say, I had an idea last night about how to evolve powers, or like powers could evolve, but I need to, like, that's for a different universe, that's for the main universe. I'll do eventually. But how, I need to think about it whenever I got enough to think about it now. Let's get these ones out of the way first, and then we'll come back to that. I may create a new file for it, but in fact, actually, let's do that. Right, new one. Alright. Main story. Right, so this will be the main story, so it will. Right, magic can evolve. Right, so I want to put, let's see, power system ideas. Alright, so fuck. Because let's say, my main goal eventually with this story, the main one, was which I'll get started on eventually. Right now, just focus on these of us. I want to be able to create a system for magic. But that's going to take a bit. So we'll come up with ideas and stuff. But I liked that idea last night that magic can evolve. Like, I mean, so they may use it and then eventually you may be able to level up essentially, but I don't want it to be too game mechanicy. Yeah, I mean, I just don't. I want something else. Uh, but anyway, right, that's cool. We'll leave that there and we'll get into the trials. Alright, alright, the agency, there we go.
I'm afraid I don't have a primary contract for you yet.
Okay, got a tiny wee bit there. So I just died in there, be staying at the... I'll probably have to change the name of this, the Beached Whale Motel. The Beached Whale, I don't think they would choose that for a fucking name, I think, but again, who knows, maybe. But, so staying at the Beached Whale Motel, okay. Okay, so we're gonna clean up this fucking area. That's what we're gonna do right now. Right. And what I'll do is writing all fucking day. I want to get to 20,000 words on this one, and I want to get to... I just want to do whatever I can in the trials and get back into that one. Alright, so... let's go see what this fucking cave is. Oh, in fact, actually, let's go have a look at this. Ah, this is the place with the Spriggans in it. Yeah. See one right there, there. I'm pretty sure there's more than one. No? Actually just stealth the shit out of it, okay. I believe there's something in the bushes here. There's something here, I remember something in one of these bushes or something. There's a chest, there's something in here, I can't remember what that is. There it is. think we need to jump back to fucking weight room actually, I was thinking.
Let's get going then.
Yeah, actually, we may want to jump back to weight room. I'm ahead of fuck. Yeah, I got in here, I mean... Was there anywhere? Yeah, the dock ride. This place right there, I mean, hell. I'm jump in and just store a bunch of shit, right? Yeah, alright. Let's go find the storage bit and just dump a bunch of shit here and there. Right, yeah, we'll go bit and just clean this fucking area up. We'll need to... But, so we did a tiny wee bit of writing there, and just explained it. Okay. So what next in the story? In the story, so John will be at the Beachway Motel, say, well, and then he'll get that phone call with John in the middle of the night. Say, well, okay. Then he'll make his way to... So it's a 15-minute drive. That's something unreal. It's not far, it's in town, just outside the town. Alright.
It's the part with the severed head I find most impressive. My compliments.
Let that be
Does death not come? What a curious... In fact, I'm a woman of refined yet simple tastes. Kill well and often.
Well, there, get your ass up here, girl. Dump some shit. Fuck, just put them on. Oh. Ah, shit, that's right. Lydia can't come in here, can she? That's right. God damn it.
Yes? You reek of death, my friend. I salute you.
Ain't such a big your average.
Oh. Still here. I am at your command. going then.
I'm afraid I don't have a primary contract for you yet.
Fucking loud foreign black bastards walking through my fucking scheme, man. I can't believe it, man. Honestly, man. The amount of these fucking niggers that are about these days, it's unreal. It's like, how are they even able to get a fucking house? That's what I fucking know. I've been in the housing list for years, I can't get a fucking house, and yet some fucking African fucking family can get fucking, you know, a fucking house in my scheme. And some fucking packies as well. It's like, what the fuck? Disgusting black bastards. You know what's going to happen, like, with the IRA and all that? It's going to happen here as well. It's only a matter of time. I've told you this is going to go fucking so bad. But also, I feel so fucking bad about all that. Like, I never wanted that. But it's going to go like, what? Do you think we live in some fantasy fucking wee movie here? Everybody's just going to get along? You fucking idiots. Oh, just pure fucking idiocy. It really is. Fuck's sake, man. Oh, it's gonna be horrific. It really is. I mean, like, I don't think you're gonna understand just how fucking bad it's gonna get. It's gonna be so fucking bad. So it's... But hey, you know, let's say I never wanted that shit, but that's just the way it's gonna go. And there's nothing anybody can do to stop it. I would say that deporting every fucking foreigner, every black or chink or Paki, whatever the fuck you are. You know, let's say, like, back in the day when the British Empire was forced to India, well, I would say forced to, didn't really. When the British, I would say forced, I mean, more like kind of guilt tripped into fucking leaving India, more than anything else. But when they left, they forced all the British out, so they did. And that included all the children that would been born there. People had lived there their whole lives, you know what I mean? They had to come live in Britain. So see, with all these Pakis and all these people, even the ones that have been raised in this country, fuck them. They can all go back as well. No, we don't want you here anymore. Get the fuck. You and your children, fuck even you and your grandchildren. Get the fuck. Nah. You're going back to whatever shithole you come from. Yeah. You can fucking, your grandchildren can, you only have yourselves to fucking blame. It's that fucking simple. Yeah.
Bloody brilliant idea. When I become wolf, I am treachery incarnate. And then
Come on, don't go down the negative road here. We were doing good. Come on, come
Will
on, come
there
on.
ever come a time
It's alright.
when the people
Come
of
on.
Skyrim no longer need our
This isn't you. You don't do this.
Think not.
You don't fucking do this. This isn't the way you think. But also, I do say, find them to be utterly fucking disgusting, the people. The day, man. They are disgusting people. The blacks and the Muslims. They really are. They're just fucking disgusting.
I'm right behind you.
They have no honour.
How can I serve you, my Thane? Let's... Still here.
Alright, let's see. Where will we go then? Let's just... Aye. I got this one all day. Whatever one this is. Okay. Yeah, sure. It's the most southerly one. We'll find out what the fuck this is.
Let's get going then.
Legend correctly. Best to date a person in pain condition should switch your praise cancer. Kill the beast in the morning, hopefully we can get it. Go back and not doing it. Okay. Well, different I got. Looks like it was a wild dagger on that hand. That is by the overgrowth, I'd say. Really? You just went back to that? I think she has actually designed me for sword and shield anyway. Plus, I do want to be a tank, so I do. She just there to fucking like distract them. Yeah, castle over there, or fort anyway. You know what? I played Oblivion, or at least I tried to, but I don't know. There's something there about Skyrim. There is. I just don't get that magical feel for Oblivion. You know, I'm playing it, it's like, it's good. Ain't it? It's good. I just don't get that feeling, but... Wait, what the fuck is this? What is this fucking place? Aldiel's Cairn. Cairn, sorry. Right, we're gonna try and keep positive. This isn't you, you're just a nectar mainframe, so yeah. Right, yeah. Right, yes. We can do it. We did already did a tiny wee bit right now this morning. We came up with an idea, so we did for the actual main story that powers could evolve, but I'll need to figure that out. Let's think about it. Right. Right, smoking doesn't do Ben, we're gonna call off it, we're gonna get to work. Here we fucking go. Right. No bullshit, I'm focusing in here. Right. Let's do it. Right, we're gonna get that story done. We're gonna get that spell number done. Final number 47625, or what the fuck it's called. The Griffin. I think I'll come up with a chapter name for each chapter. I do like a chapter name. Seems like a chapter's got a name. Oh, I'll do something about it. No stuff I don't. What the fuck? What is this? I should have like, I put one there, but I should have like two pretty much. I'm not essential right now, like armor maybe. Yeah, I can. Yep, need it. We actually need it. Oh, that's right, there's trolls in here as well, no? I think there is. If I'm remembering right. And I came up here, let's say this there in the camp. Is that what happened? Let's test it. No? What is the hunters? Yeah, let's see. It's a bed. That's audio script. Now, if I today we'd run out of the knife point gang. Last time still last time. Then if I got rainbow myself or me reading, I don't know there is. Don't be wrong, Rimhan said it was and she woke up this morning and just keeps staying off in space. Old powerful Haldir. Rain jumped fast onto the cairn. That's what Master wants. Blood sacrifice, but still live again. His magic, I can feel it pulsing in my blood. He's draining us, will save from sin. Our bodies are souls, just like the others. They're watching, it's my turn. Oh, okay. That's gotta be nappy. Yeah, let's just make up magic and help. Cool, why not? Alright. On one hand, I could thought, but I'm not sure. Archery. See when I get power shot, that's awesome. I only like one of steady hand. I don't like the two. Two is just too much, I think. But then again, I'll do that then. Alright. I'm just gonna, in fact, I'm just gonna have a smoke of this. Right, we're gonna have a smoke. I'm gonna smoke all of this, and then I'm gonna, let's say, get my coffee, and I'm gonna get to work. Don't get nerved up, stay positive, come on. Don't go that way. You're alright, come on, you can do it. Come on, stay with it, stay with it, stay with it. Extra bit of power seems to be doing the job.
Mortal. No one hides from the day.
Bloody, if you get me killed there, girl, I swear to God. I think they could blow it. Oh no. I'm getting fucking killed there, girl. That's right behind you. That's sick. Again. We're just turning it healing now. Gotta sneak up even more. Come on, we can do it. We can do it, we can do it. Let's keep it done. Let's get it done. We will. We'll get this fucking done. We will be better. We will find our way back to the way we used to be. We want to do this. So it's near us. Why did that seem like that seemed to like using the shield? There's a piece of shit happy with it. Right. Thank. Oh, you here? Alright, so we got an eagle here. Snake. Snake. Let's see if there's over here as well. I would have checked off that. That should be it. Okay. Back in, and that should be it. Let's go. Okay.
Still here. I am at your command. Let's get going then.
Well, I think she likes it. I don't like the look of this. One fucking bit. I'd die here, man. That could be it. It really could. Sure I will. I don't know, like, look at this. Oh, couple. Shit! Are you kidding me? This ain't good. Gotcha, you piece of shit. Distracted. Is that it? Oh dear, where are you? Get the fuck. You go up front. There we go. Just in a minute. Jesus, we came close there. Oof.
I'm right behind you. How can I serve you, my Thane? Let's get
Oh, you're
going
looking
then.
up how these days, Lydia. You got that, you got that. King goes in there. What we got? What we got? Runs drum. A dwarven bow. Okay. We're in the kind of done. Nothing much else. So far, their stuff. And traps our solution today. That's actually pretty fucking good, especially if I can close up in a mode. I could do one later as well if we go hunting. Oh, this takes me back to here, right? Camp, right. Okay, I believe I've done this. This is. What about Taldiel's camp? Right. Right, cool. Alright, did that. Right, I'm gonna go make an coffee and make a snack or something, and we're gonna do some writing and some thinking. Or at least there's some, like, one thing I like about writing is that you can just sit and think about it. The world building is some of the funnest bit, whereas I personally find anyway, I like use my imagination to try and come up with stuff like that. It'll work. Only for a world anyway. Right. Be back in 5. try and stay positive. See that type of shit, it just happens on a daily basis. It's just, like, one there, it was just unnecessary. I mean, it wasn't like, maybe it was shouting around that, but it's just one of the ones where it's like, you're wasting my fucking time with us. And it is an actual waste of fucking time. It's like, why are you wasting my fucking time for this? This is not a something like that, but oh shit. Run. Once across that, he's gonna crash. Shit. Right on top of fucking me, of course. Well done, Lydia. Oh, and you, of course. Flame, you did really good. I saw that flame attack hitting him there. Later, yeah.
I'm right behind you. I am at your command.
Yes, you are. Now carry the shit.
Let's get going now.
Right, now. Focus, man. Focus, please. I need to get food first. Got a tower over there. Yeah, why not? We've got this wee cabin up here somewhere. Alright. Smoke a debut. Think about it. Alright, so in terms of the agency, let's see. The air is warm here. I'm standing in fucking snow. Not right, fuck it, I'll take it. There you go.
Important deliveries to make. No time for chat. Keep your hands to yourself.
Alright, before we do anything else, alright, let's get some writing done. Alright, just even if it's a wee bit, let's just get started. I mean, we did a tiny wee bit, so I did alright, let's get some done, but yeah, man, let's get it done. I'm so fucking gassed. No, I don't get negative. Come on. Don't. Okay. So we're just gonna. That night at the Beach Whale Motel, I might need to change that. Alright, so that night at the Beach Whale Motel, John awoke to the surprising sound of his motel phone ring. He scurried to grab it as one does when half asleep. Answering. Right, that's all I've got so far. Got a wee bit done now. Tiniest wee sounds. But, something. Some. And one wee bit of another. And so on and so forth. Do that. Couple of dungeons over there. Oh, I remember this bit. Becky, you know. That's right. There. Oh, there. There you go. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, pain launch. Oh yes, I know about that. Okay. That's right, actually you can build a nice wee fish right there, see there. Just up the hole, I think it is. Go ahead. Build a lovely little this up here become yellow floor creek. Fuck you, just because. Crab meat. Yeah, you can build it this, I think it's right here pretty much. Too slow there, too slow on that one. Yeah, I think you can build a fish pretty much right here. You can, in here. That's a great spot to us. So, let's have a wee look around here. Look at these two spots out here. I didn't know spot them before. Black girl, you don't need here. Okay, writing and smoking doobies and generally being a better person. Here we go, right. This one doesn't have a sleep. Answering. Sleep, answering. Answering. Low. Low. Low, low. 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 Mumble that. What's the sheriff's name again? Hamilton. Sheriff Hamilton. Hamilton. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right, I need to establish what time it is and what time I need to write that down. Actually, I need to establish what time did they talk during the day. Let's say it was like, I don't know, he'd made a meeting with him the day before, then he travelled to the place, he got in, let's say, about 2-ish, or maybe half 1, around about that. And then, like, he went, fuck, I'm tired for the day, went to the motel, just fucked around, did what he did. Didn't do much, didn't do much, didn't do much really. Well, we'll figure something out for my day. But, I suggest it. Right. Then he goes to sleep, gets woke up at what? Let's say 3:30. 3:30 in the morning. It's deep enough into your REM sleep, but not so much that you kind of wake up that kind of groggy way. You know what I mean? So when you wake up like that, you're like, what? Fuck off. What? And then you're deep into it. Right, so. Mm. Okay. John Quest, I looked at the clock. I think it was clock. Was 3:40. thing, man. Oh, for the love of God. Stop it. Fuck off, I just reread it right there. Yeah, let's reread this bit. Alright, so. That night at the Beach Whale Motel, John awoke to the surprising sound of his motel phone ringing. He scurried to grab it as one does when half asleep, answering, "Hello? Hello," he mumbled out. "Hi, John, this is Sheriff Hamilton. Look, I am sorry for contacting you at this time." John quickly looked at the clock. He internally groaned at seeing it was 3:30 in the morning. "It's fine, Sheriff. How can I help you?" And then we'll get on with the... Alright. So then what's going to happen? Alright, so he's going to say... I was just thinking through it a bit there, so is that... Alright, so you talk to, say, would you make it with an attack at similar circumstance to the one you're investigating? And also, it's my brother. The victim is my brother. And I was hoping you might be able to come down here tonight and help me. You know, as you might be able to, as you've been studying the case, you might spot something. Alright. But that does, I'm gonna have to figure out the best route for them to actually hunt this thing. Is the blood trail with the bloodhound the right thing to do? I'm not sure. I mean, somebody's bleeding and stuff. I mean, the bloodhound would, but I don't know. See, because it's flying and it wouldn't be just a solid trip, would it? I'll think about it a bit more. Right now, let's just chill. Alright, so we got a roll of smoke. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. I mean, I'm sticking a wee audiobook in or something and just listen to or something while I'm rolling this. Okay, let's do this. Alright, I'm gonna stick on something now. Don't care what really, and I'm gonna roll smoke. And then we'll get back to writing and playing this. Mindhunter, actually. I was listening to Mindhunter, so I was.
For some disguise. But I'm sweating and fogging up the windows. I'm thinking, oh shit, they're going to be able to see me. And I'm afraid the owners are going to come. Guns. So I wipe off a small area on the glass so I can see out. And there's all kinds of activity around the car we've abandoned. Cop cars, tracking dogs, you name it. And now they're coming up the alley. Their flashlights are shining on the pickup, and I'm about ready to shit my pants. But I can't believe that they drive right by and leave me there. I steal back to school, and everyone's already heard about this thing. And I find out that the other two Eastern guys and I got away, but they caught the one from Montana, and he spilled his guts. He names names, and they come after each of us. When they get to me, I cop a plea that I wasn't in control of the car, that I was scared and pleading with the guy to stop. Meanwhile, the driver from Boston gets thrown in a jail cell with springs and no mattress, bread and water and the whole bit, while my incredible luck holds out and I just get slapped with another $40 fine for possession of alcohol and probation. But they notify the school, they notify our parents, who are all royally pissed off, and things aren't going any better academically. I have a straight D average. I failed a speech class because I never went to class, since I'd always felt that being able to talk was about my best asset. and I'm not figuring out any way to pull myself out of this morass. By the end of the second year, it's clear that my adventure in the western wilderness is at an end. If it appears that all of my memories from this period are of mishaps and personal screw-ups, that's the way it seemed to me at the time. I came home from college, living under the eyes of my disappointed parents. My mother was especially upset, knowing now I'd never become a veterinarian. As usual, when I didn't know what to do with myself, I fell back on my athletics and took a job lifeguarding for the summer of 1965. When the summer ended and I wasn't going back to school, I found a job running the health club at the Holiday Inn in Patchogue. Not long after I started working there, I met Sandy, who worked at the hotel as a cocktail. She was a beautiful young woman with a young son, and I was instantly crazy about her. She looked spectacular in her little cocktail outfit. I was still in great shape physically from all of my exercise and working out, and she seemed to like me too. I was living at home, and she would call me all the time. My father would say to me, "Who the hell is calling you all hours of the day and night? There's always this child crying and screaming in the background." Living at home didn't provide the opportunity for much action, but Sandy told me that if you worked at the hotel, you could get an unbooked room really cheap. So one day, we got a room together. The next morning, early, the phone rings. She answers it, and I hear, No, I don't want to talk to him." As I wake up, I say, "Who's that?" She says, "The front desk. They said my husband's here and he's on his way up." Now I'm wide awake. I say, "Your husband? What do you mean, your husband? You never told me you were still married." She pointed out that she'd never told me she wasn't either, then went on to explain that they were separated. Big deal, I'm thinking, as I begin to hear this maniac running down the hall. He starts pounding on the door. "Sandy, I know you're in there. Sandy!" The room had a window onto the hallway made of glass louvers, and he's tearing it, trying to rip them off the frame. Meanwhile, I'm looking for a place to jump from. We were on the second floor, but there's no window for me to jump out. I ask, "Does this guy carry guns or anything?" There was an opening in personnel at Cannon Air Force Base outside of Clovis, New Mexico. So that's where I ended up, spending all day long pecking out DD-214s, military discharge papers, with 2 fingers, working for this idiot sergeant and saying to myself, I have to get out of here. Again, here's where my luck comes in. Right next door to personnel was Special Services. When I say this, most people think of Special Forces, like the Green Berets. But this was Special Services. Specifically, Special Services Athletics. With my background, that seemed an excellent way to defend my country in its time of need. I start snooping around, listening at the door, and I hear one of the guys in there saying, this program's going to hell. We just don't have the right guy. I'm thinking to myself, this is it. So I walk around, knock on the door, and say, hello, I'm John Douglas. Let me tell you a little about my background. As I talk, I'm looking at them for reactions and profiling the kind of guy they want. And I know I'm clicking because they keep looking at each other like, this is a miracle. He's exactly what we want. So they get me transferred out of personnel, and from that day forward, I never had to wear a uniform. They paid me extra money as an enlisted man for running all the athletic programs. I became eligible for Operation Bootstrap, where the government paid 75% of my education costs to go to school at nights and on weekends, which I did, at Eastern New Mexico University in Portales, 25 miles away. Since I had to overcome my D average from college, I had to get all A's to stay in the program. But for the first time, I felt as if I had some focus. I did such a good job of representing the Air Force in such rigorous sports as tennis, soccer, and badminton that eventually they put me in charge of the base golf course and pro shop, even though I'd never played a hole in my life. But I did look great running all the tournaments in my Arnold Palmer sweaters. One day, the base commander comes in, and he wants to know what compression ball he should use for this particular tournament. I had no idea what he was talking about. And like my 9th grade book report almost 10 years before, I got found out. How in hell did you end up running this thing? He wanted to know. I was immediately taken off golf and moved into women's lapidary, which sounded exciting until I found out it meant stonework. I was also put in charge of women's ceramics and the officers' club pool. I'm thinking, these officers are flying over Vietnam, getting their asses shot, and I'm here getting chairs and towels for their flirtatious wives and teaching their kids how to swim, and they're paying me extra for this while I get my college degree. My other responsibilities seemed to harken back to my bouncer days. The pool was next to the officers' bar, which was often full of young pilots training with the Tactical Air Command. More than once, I had to pull wild, drunken pilots off of each other or off of me. About 2 years into my Air Force hitch, while I was pursuing my undergraduate degree, I found out about a local association that helped handicapped children. They needed help with their recreational programs, so I volunteered. Once a week, accompanied by a couple of civilian staffers, I took about 15 children roller skating or to play miniature golf or bowling or to some type of sports situation where the kids could develop their individual skills and abilities. Most of the youngsters faced serious challenges such as blindness or Down syndrome or severe motor control problems. It was tiring work, for example, skating around and around a rink with a child in each arm, trying to make sure they didn't hurt themselves. But I absolutely loved it. In fact, I've had few other experiences in life I've enjoyed as much. When I pulled up in my
Still here. How can I serve you, my Thane? Let's get going then.
Killed my best friend. A court-martial would have been a messy affair, since they would have had to deal with my formal accusation against the two men. Also, by this time, American involvement in Vietnam was beginning to wind down, and they were offering early outs to enlisted men with only a few months to go. So to smooth things out as best they could, the personnel people discharged me several months early. While I was still in the service, I'd finished my undergraduate degree and begun a master's in industrial psychology. Now I was living on the GI Bill in a $7 a week, windowless basement apartment in Clovis, fighting the legions of 3-inch water bugs that went into attack formation every time I came in and switched on the lights. Not having access to the base facilities anymore, I joined a cheap, rundown health club whose atmosphere and decor roughly matched that of my apartment. During the fall of 1970, I met a guy at the club named Frank Haynes, who turned out to be an FBI agent. He ran a one-man resident agency in Clovis. We got friendly while working out together. It turned out he'd heard about me through the retired base commander and started trying to interest me in applying to the Bureau. Frankly, I'd never given a single serious thought to law enforcement. I was planning a career in industrial psychology once I finished my degree. Working for a large company, dealing with such issues as personnel matters, employee assistance, and stress management, seemed to offer a solid, predictable future. The only direct contact I'd had with the FBI up until then was one time back in Montana when a trunk I'd shipped home had been stolen. One of the local field agents interviewed me, thinking I might have set up the crime to collect on the insurance. But nothing came of it, and if that was the kind of cases the FBI handled, it didn't seem to me to be much to look up. But Frank was persistent in thinking I would make a good special agent, and kept encouraging me. He invited me to his house for dinner several times, introduced me to his wife and son, showed me both his gun and his paycheck stub, neither of which I could match. I had to admit, next to my shabby lifestyle, Frank was living like a king. So I decided to take a crack at it. Frank stayed in New Mexico, and years later, our paths would cross when I came out to testify in the trial for a homicide he'd worked, in which a woman was brutally killed and her body burned to avoid detection. But in the fall of 1970, this kind of action was far from my mind. Frank sent my application to the field office in Albuquerque. They gave me the standard law test for non-lawyers. Despite my physical conditioning and muscular build, my 220 pounds was 25 over the FBI limit for my 6'2" height. The only one in the Bureau who could exceed the weight standards was the legendary director, J. Edgar Hoover himself. I spent 2 weeks on nothing but Knox gelatin and hard-boiled eggs to get down to the weight. It also took 3 haircuts before I was deemed presentable for an ID photo. Finally, in November, I was offered a probationary appointment at an initial salary of $10,869. Finally, I was getting out of my depressing, windowless basement room. I wonder what I would have thought at the time had I known I'd be spending a major part of my Bureau career in another windowless basement room, pursuing far more depressing stories. Chapter 3. Betting on Raindrops. Many apply, few are chosen. That was the message continually drummed into us as new recruits. Nearly everyone interested in a career in law enforcement aspired to become a special agent of the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation. But only the very best could hope to have that opportunity. A long, proud heritage went all the way back to 1924, when an obscure government lawyer named John Edgar Hoover took over a corrupt,
the local pub is older than the entire country.
Agency. And the same Mr. Hoover, by the time I joined, 75 years of age, still presided over the organization it had become.
Lydia, what the fuck are you?
A square jaw and an iron fist. So we'd better not let the Bureau down. A telegram from the director instructed me to report to room
+7 actually, hold on.
In the old post office building on Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington at 9 a.m. on December 14th, 1970.
Well, switch over
to begin the 14 weeks of training that would transform me from an ordinary citizen into a special agent of the FBI.
And then we
Before
can
this,
just drop
I
down
went home to
shit.
Long Island, where my dad was so proud, he flew the American flag in front of the house. With what I'd been doing the last several years, I didn't have any dress-up civilian clothes, so my dad bought me 3 regulation dark suits, a blue, a black, and a brown, white shirts, and 2 pairs of wingtips, one black and one brown. Then he drove me down to Washington to make sure I'd be on time for my first day of work. It didn't take long to become inculcated with the FBI ritual and lore. The special agent leading our induction cell told us to take out our gold badges and stare at them as we recited the oath of office.
Lydia, where the fuck have you gone to, girl?
Staring at the blindfolded woman holding the scales.
I may not have accidentally killed you, I swear to God.
Swearing to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies.
You keep getting fucked up by these things. Come on.
Bring it closer. Closer. The special agent ordered.
Lydia, come on. That's it.
Until we were all staring at these badges cross-eyed. My new agent class was made up solely of white men. In 1970, there were few black FBI agents and no women. That wouldn't really open up until after Hoover's long tenure, and even from beyond the grave, he continued to exert a ghostly and powerful influence.
What do you need?
Most of the men were between 29 and 35. So at 25, I was one of the youngest.
Okay.
We were indoctrinated to be on the lookout for Soviet agents who would try to compromise us and get our secrets. These agents could be anywhere. We were told particularly to beware of women. The brainwashing was so effective, I turned down a date with an extremely good-looking woman who worked in the building who had actually asked me out to dinner. I was afraid it was a setup, and I was being tested. The FBI Academy on the Marine base in Quantico, Virginia, wasn't
I'm gonna try something here, but you know, it's a glitch, so it's acceptable.
Classroom work in the old post office building in Washington. One of the very first things every trainee is taught is that an FBI agent only shoots to kill. The thinking that went into this policy is both rigorous and logical. If you draw your weapon,
that's right, Wiz.
You've already made the decision to shoot. And if you've made the decision that the situation is serious enough to warrant shooting, you've decided it's serious enough to take a life. In the heat of the moment, you seldom have the latitude to plan your shot or time to indulge in a lot of mental gymnastics. And attempting merely to stop a subject or bring him down is too risky. You do not take any unnecessary chances for yourself or a potential victim. We were given equally rigorous training in criminal law, fingerprint analysis, violent and white-collar crime, arrest techniques, weapons, hand-to-hand combat, and the history of the Bureau's role in national
Still here. How can I serve you, my Thane? I'm right behind you.
What's that? The center's gone cold. There's something out there. There you are.
dirty words training. Doors closed, the instructor asked. He then handed each of us a list. I want you to study these words. The list, as I recall, contained such gems of Anglo-Saxon usage as shit,
Ah shit, I think this might be a Hargreaves fucking nest. I have to wait on fucking idea before I even think about trying this, or I'll get fucked up. Oh, that's... I don't want to do this if we're fucking a day here. Come on, darken that door. There you are. Let's see if he'll come out there. Come on. Come on down. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Might just be a skull guy or something. You know where it's getting through up a fucking building. Pretty sure I got one. Right, so I was trying to get my sneak up. Why not? Duration's at 20 finally. Yeah. You get illusion up to 25 though. Alright, so the sneak is 50.
Someone there?
No, don't fuck about here, come on. Do not be fucking about here, come on. You do not want to fucking die to this bitch, come on. Right. Okay.
Damn you!
Well, I think we're not. And we'll just, yeah. Yep. It was meant to be a PT. Oh, hold on. Nice. I'll let you in. Okay. What is going on with my magic there? But like, which happens at first, I mean, I'm being very negative in my head. I'm fighting it, I'll put one on it later, because why the fuck not? Alright, that makes sense. I mean, maybe I mean, why the fuck not shut up? I mean, that's a huge increase right there, right? In your armor rating, right? 40% increase immediate. That's huge. I mean, did nearly just, fuck it. Alright, there we go. And there, increase my armor a bit. Done. Right. Better. Alright. And we're rested, which is good. Where the fuck is Lydia now? Slept as well. Where the fuck are you? You better not fucking died. I swear. Where are you? Where are you? We went carved around the mountain to the other side. Hopefully fucking Lydia will show. She's probably trapped on a rock somewhere or some shit. Didn't realise folk people was just there. So, this should be up here then. Right, it's the town there.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something in the old fort near Riften. Might consider joining up myself.
Yeah, that's here, a guy called Durak told me. Okay, so... Oh yeah, fuck. Get back. Yes. Also, I think I should try and charge this weapon. Not great, huh? Okay, listen. Motherfucker. Stop freaked out. Fucking. Did not expect that there. Fully. Yeah, it's probably not. It's decorative, that one. Fucker. If only I had this person that could, carry it. If only. Faithful manservant type, Yes, a manservant. Because she's a fucking woman. Alright. Yeah, I'm strap that shit off. Alright, so that's it. What is this it? Just that. That was it. Big head. Okay. Let me, oh my god. Come here. Let's see if you want the steel plate over there, the door and shit. I mean, all the stuff is good, but I think steel plate looks better.
Still here. How can I serve you, my Thane?
I'm taking... I think she would actually, because the steel armor for free, I mean.
Let's get
Yep.
going.
Yep.
Then.
There we go. Another increase. Right. Alright, let's try and come out of this negative mind state we're in. So we're going into Fall Creek and see what we can sell and shit. Yeah, probably seems about right. Also, hold on. Stop me then. There we go. Alright, I'll try and sell some shit in here and do some quests, maybe go see Sindri actually. Right, and I'll try and do some writing here. Alright, do a little bit at a time. Little bit at a time. I'm not, I am building here. Right. Well, let's take our fucking time here.
How can I help, Brother Nord?
A hearty welcome to Fall Creek. All of Skyrim's true sons. You'll find my brother Solaf and I.
Well met.
are the only
Unlike
true
my brother,
lords of Fall Creek.
I was once, but not anymore. Now maybe we don't need no help from the Empire. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Alright, let's see. No, nothing really. I know by chance I'll
Steal anything from my shop and you'll
Really?
regret it. Can I get you something? Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures. be seeing you, stranger.
I'm right behind you. I am sworn to carry your burdens. You lead, I'll follow.
I wonder, did I accidentally kill the bandits? However, we'll see. I know I gave me a quest, and I know is it in the area? I don't know.
Good to see you. Finally, someone useful is around.
I'm the steward here. I serve. The Jarl has put out a bounty on the dragon that's been terrorizing the countryside. Here, take a look at this decree.
Ancient Ascent? What is that? Mm-hmm. Where's Ancient Ascent? Where is that?
For details.
Okay. Let's take a wee break for this. Yeah. Alright. Let's see.
Way below average in bureau communications, the methodology and nomenclature through which the diverse elements of the organization communicate with each other. Well, sir, I want to be the best, I responded. Guys this eager were described as having blue flames coming out of their asses. This could help you get ahead, but also made you a marked man. If a blue flamer succeeded, he was headed for the top of the world. But if he screwed up, the crash and burn would be very long and very public. Casper may have been tough, but he was nobody's fool, and he'd seen many a blue flamer in his time. You want to be the best? Here. Whereupon he threw the entire manual of terms at me and told me to have them all memorized by the time I got back from the Christmas break. Chuck Lunsford, one of our class's 2 academy counselors, got the word on what had happened and came over to me. What did you say when you went in there? He asked me. I told him. Chuck just rolled his eyes. We both knew I had my work cut out for me. I went home to my parents' house for the holidays. While the rest of the family was making merry, I had my nose buried deep in the manual of communications. It wasn't much of a vacation. When I got back to Washington in early January, still sweating out the consequences of my blue flame performance, I had to take a written test of what I'd learned. I can't express how relieved I was when our other counselor, Charlie Price, told me I'd scored a 99%. You actually scored 100, Charlie confided to me. But Mr. Hoover says no one's perfect. About halfway through the 14-week program, we were each asked our preference for a first field office assignment. Most of the FBI was dispersed among 59 field offices around the country. I sensed there must be some gamesmanship in the choosing, a giant chess match between the new recruits and headquarters. And as always, I tried to think like the other side. I was from New York and had no particular interest in going back there. I figured LA, San Francisco, Miami, possibly Seattle and San Diego would be the most sought-after postings. So if I selected a second-tier city, I'd be much more likely to get my first choice. I chose Atlanta. I got Detroit. Upon graduation, we were all given permanent credentials. A Smith & Wesson Model 10 6-shot .38 revolver, 6 bullets, and instructions to get out of town as fast as possible. Headquarters was always terrified that the raw new agents would get in trouble in Washington right under Mr. Hoover's nose, which would reflect badly on everyone. The other item I was given was a booklet entitled Survival Guide to Detroit. The city was among the most racially polarized in the country, still reeling from the repercussions of the 1967 riots, and could claim the title of the nation's crime capital, with more than 800 murders a year. In fact, we had a gruesome pool in the office, betting on exactly how many homicides would be chalked up by year's end. Like most new agents, I started out idealistic and energetic, but soon realized what we were up against. I'd spent 4 years in the Air Force, but the closest to combat I'd been was in a bed in the base hospital next to wounded Vietnam vets, when I had my nose operated on for football and boxing injuries. So until I got to Detroit, I'd never been in the position of being the enemy. The FBI was hated in many quarters. They'd infiltrated college campuses and had set up networks of urban informers. With our somber black cars, we were marked men. In many neighborhoods, people threw rocks at us. Their German Shepherds and Dobermans didn't like us much either. We were told not to find ourselves in some sections of the city without extremely heavy backup and firepower. Local police were angry at us, too. They accused the Bureau of scooping cases, putting out press releases before a case was complete, then adding police-solved crimes to the FBI's own clearance rate stat.
Got your back. How can I serve you?
Ironically, around the time of my rookie year, 1971, about 1,000 new agents were hired, and the bulk of our practical street training came not from the Bureau, but from local cops who took us under their protective wing. Much of the success of my generation of special agents unquestionably is attributable to the professionalism and generosity of police officers all over the United States. Bank robberies were particularly prevalent. On Friday, when the banks stocked up with cash to handle cases, we averaged 2 or 3 armed robberies, sometimes as many as 5. Until bullet-resistant glass became commonplace in Detroit banks, the murder and wounding of tellers was appalling. We had a case captured on a bank surveillance camera in which a manager was shot and killed at his desk, execution style, while a terrified couple sitting across from him, applying for a loan, looked on helplessly. The robber was unhappy that the manager couldn't open the timed vault. And it wasn't just bank officials with access to tens of thousands of dollars in cash. In certain neighborhoods, workers at places like McDonald's were equally at risk. I was assigned to the Reactive Crimes Unit, which meant, in effect, reacting to crimes that had already happened, bank robbery or extortion, for example. Within that unit, I worked with the UFAP squad, unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. This turned out to be excellent experience because this squad always saw a lot of action. In addition to the office-wide yearly homicide pool, we ran a contest in the unit to see who could make the most arrests in a single day. It was just like the competition's car dealers run for who can make the most sales at a given time. One of our busiest lines of work in those days was what was referred to as the 42 classification, military deserters. Vietnam had ripped the country in two, and once most of these guys went absent from the service, they didn't want, in the worst way, to go back. We had more assaults against law officers registered with 42 classifications than with any other type of fugitive. My first encounter with a UFAP came when I tracked an Army deserter to the service garage where he worked. I identify myself and think he's going to come along quietly. Then suddenly, he pulls this filed-down makeshift knife with a black tape handle on it. I pull back, just narrowly avoiding getting stabbed. I lunge at him, throw him up against the glass garage door, then force him down on the ground with a knee on his back and my gun up to his head. Meanwhile, the manager is raising hell with me for taking away a good worker. What the hell have I gotten myself into? Was this really the career I'd envisioned? Was it worth continually risking my hide to bring in this kind of lowlife? Industrial psychology was looking awfully good. Going after deserters often brought with it emotional turmoil, as well as creating resentment between the military and the FBI. Sometimes we'd follow up on an arrest warrant, locate the guy, and grab him right on the street. Infuriated, he would stop, rap with his knuckles on an artificial leg, and tell us he'd gotten a Purple Heart and a Silver Star for that. What was happening over and over was that deserters who either returned voluntarily or were picked up by the Army itself were routinely sent over to Vietnam as punishment. Many of these guys subsequently distinguished themselves in combat, but the military hadn't told us anything. So as far as we knew, they were still able. This aggravated the hell out of us. Worse yet was when we go to a deserters listed residence and be told by tearful and rightfully enraged wives or parents that the subject had died a hero's death. We'd be chasing down dead men, killed in action, and the military never got around to letting us know. Regardless of the profession you're in, when you get out into the field, you start realizing all the big and little things they never taught you in school or training. For one, what do you do with your gun in various situations, such as while using a public men's room stall? You leave it on your belt down on the floor. You try to hang it up on the stall door. For a while, I tried holding it in my lap, but that made me very nervous. It's the kind of thing each of us faces, but not the kind of thing you feel comfortable discussing with your more experienced colleagues. By the time I'd been on the job a month, it became a problem. When I moved to Detroit, I bought another Volkswagen Beetle, the same kind of car, ironically, that was becoming the serial killer vehicle of choice. Ted Bundy had one, and it was one of the ways he was ultimately identified. Anyway, I'd stopped in a local shopping center to go into a men's store to buy a suit. Knowing I'm going to be trying on clothes, I figure I'd better leave my gun someplace safe. So I stick it in the glove compartment and head into the store. Now, the VW Beetle had a couple of interesting characteristics. Since it was a rear engine, the spare tire was stored in the trunk in front. Since it was practically ubiquitous in those days, not to mention easy to break into, spare tires were an extremely common theft item. After all, just about everyone needed them. And last but not least, the trunk was opened through a switch in the glove compartment. I'm sure you can guess that. I come out to the car and find the window down. As I reconstruct this highly sophisticated crime, the tire thief breaks into the car, goes into the glove compartment to open the trunk for the tire, but sees there a much greater crime. I deduce this because my gun is gone, but the tire's still there. Oh, shit. I've been on the job less than 30 days, and I'm already supplying weapons to the enemy. And I know that losing your gun or your credentials means an instant letter of censure. So, I go to my squad supervisor, Bob Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick's a big guy, a real father figure. He dresses dapper and is something of a living legend in the Bureau. He knows my ass is on the line and how bad I feel. The gun loss has to be reported to the director's office, which is just great since that'll be the first field entry in my personnel. He says we've got to come up with something really creative, revolving around how I'm so concerned with maintaining the public peace that I didn't want to take the chance of alarming anyone in the store if they suddenly saw a gun and thought they were being robbed. Fitzpatrick reassures me that since I'm not up for promotion for a couple of years, The letter of censure shouldn't hurt me as long as I keep my nose clean from now on. So that's what I try to do, though that gun continued to haunt me for a long time. The Smith & Wesson Model 10 I turned into the Quantico Armory almost 25 years later when I retired from the Bureau was actually the replacement of my original weapon. Thank God that first gun never turned up in a crime. In fact, it essentially disappeared. I lived with two other single agents, Bob McGonigal and Jack Kunst, in a furnished townhouse in Taylor, Michigan, a southern suburb of Detroit. We were great friends, and Bob would later be best man at my wedding. He was also a maniac. He would wear crushed velvet suits and lavender shirts, even during inspections. He seemed to be the only one in the entire FBI who wasn't afraid of Hoover. Later, Bob went into undercover work, where he wouldn't have to wear a suit at all. He'd started out in the Bureau as a clerk, taking the inside route to become a special agent. Some of the best people in the FBI began as clerks, including several I selected for the investigative support unit. But in certain circles, former clerks were resented, as if they'd had special preference to become agents. Bob was the greatest I have ever known at pretext calls. This was a proactive technique we developed to catch offenders, particularly useful when the element of surprise was paramount. Bob was an artist with accent. If the suspect was in the mob, he'd do an Italian accent. For the Black Panthers, he could pass as a street dude. He also had a Nation of Islam persona, an Irish brogue, immigrant Jew, Grosse Pointe Wasp. Not only did he have the voices down cold, he would alter the vocabulary and diction to suit the character. Bob was so good at this that he once called Joe Del Campo, another agent you'll read about in the next chapter, and convinced Joe he was a black militant who wanted to turn FBI informant. In those days, there was a lot of pressure to develop inner-city sources. Bob sets up a meeting with Joe, who thinks he's onto something big. No one shows up for Joe's meeting, and the next day in the office he's really pissed off when Bob greets him with the pretext voice. Arresting the bad guys was one thing. But soon I found myself becoming interested in the thought processes that went into the crime. Whenever I would arrest someone, I'd ask him questions, such as why he chose one bank over another, or what made him select this particular victim. We all knew that robbers preferred to hit banks on Friday afternoons, because that was when the most money would be on the premises. But beyond that, I wanted to know what decisions went into the planning and execution of the hit. I must not have seemed very intimidating. Just as they had in school, people felt comfortable opening up to me. The more I questioned these guys, the more I came to understand that the successful criminals were good profiles. They each had a carefully thought through and well-researched profile of the type of bank they preferred. Some liked banks near major thoroughfares or interstates, so that getaways would be easier, and they could be many miles away before a pursuit could be organized. Some liked small, isolated branches, such as the temporary ones set up in trailers. Many would case a bank ahead of time to get the layout down, to find out how many people worked there and how many customers could be expected in the lobby at any given time. Sometimes they would keep visiting bank branches until they found one where no mails worked, and that would become the target. Buildings with no windows out to the street were best, since no one on the outside could witness the robbery in progress, and witnesses on the inside would be unable to identify the getaway car. The best practitioners had come to the conclusion that a hold-up note was better than a public announcement, waving a gun, and they'd always remember to take the note back before they left, so as not to leave evidence. The best getaway car was a stolen one, and the best scenario of all was to have the car parked ahead of time so that it isn't noticed pulling up. You walk up to the bank, then drive away after the job. A robber who'd been particularly successful at a particular bank might watch it for a while, and if conditions remained the same, he'd hit the same one again
I'm the
within a
steward
couple
here.
of months.
Excellent. You've done us a
Of
great
all public
service.
facilities,
Here is your
banks
reward.
are about the best set up to deal with robbery. Yet I was continually amazed when I did follow-up investigations at how many would have neglected to load film in the surveillance cameras. How many had set off a silent alarm accidentally and then forgotten to reset it, or tripped it so often that the police would respond slowly because they figured it was just another accident. This was like hanging out a rob me sign to a sophisticated criminal. But if you started profiling the cases, I hadn't attached this term to the process yet, you could begin seeing patterns. And once you began seeing patterns, you could start taking proactive.
Welcome to Dead Man's Dream. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room.
If she could just spend less time.
Measures to catch the bad guys. For example, if you started to see that a rash of bank robberies all seemed to fit together,
Let me know if there's anything else.
and if you talked to enough perpetrators to understand what it was in each of these jobs that appealed to them, you could obviously and heavily fortify all the bank offices that met the criteria except for one. This one, of course, would be under constant police and/or FBI surveillance with plainclothes details inside.
Can I get you something?
In effect, you could force the robber to select the bank of your choosing and be ready for him when he did. When this kind of proactive tactic was employed, bank robbery clearance rates went way up. Whatever we did in those days, we did under the looming presence of J. Edgar Hoover, just as our predecessors had since 1924. In this age of musical chairs appointments and trial by public opinion, it's difficult to convey the degree of power and control Hoover exercised, not only over the FBI, but government leaders, the media, and the public at large. If you wanted to write a book or a script about the Bureau, such as Don Whitehead's huge 1950s bestseller, The FBI Story, or the popular James Stewart movie based on it, or produce a TV series, such as Ephraim Zimbalist Jr.'s The FBI of the 1960s, you had to have Mr. Hoover's personal approval and blessing. Likewise, if you were a high government official, you would always have that nagging fear that the director had something on it, particularly if he called in friendly tones to let you know the FBI had uncovered a nasty rumor that he would do everything he could to make sure never became damagingly public. Nowhere was Mr. Hoover's personal mystique stronger than in the FBI branch offices and among the Bureau's men. It was an accepted fact that the FBI held the prestige and admiration it did because of him. He'd almost single-handedly built the agency into what it was, and he was tireless in his fights for budget increases and pay raises. He was both revered and feared, and if you didn't think much of him, you kept it to yourself.
Yes?
Discipline was fierce, and branch inspections were bloodbaths.
Come to Gawk.
If the inspectors didn't find enough things that needed improvement, Hoover might suspect they weren't doing their jobs exhaustively enough, which meant they would require a certain number of letters of censure from each inspection, whether the conditions warranted them or not. It was like a quota for issuing traffic tickets. It got so bad that special agents in charge, known as SACs, would find sacrificial lambs who weren't immediately up for promotion, so that letters of censure wouldn't hurt their careers. One time, in a story that no longer has a very humorous ring after the horrific 1995 bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City, a bomb threat to the FBI office was called in after an inspection. The call was traced to a phone booth just outside the federal building downtown where the field office was located. Authorities from headquarters came in and removed the entire phone booth and wanted to compare the fingerprints on the coins in the phone box with those of all 350 individuals in the office. Fortunately for all of us, reason prevailed, and the examination never took place. That was an example of the tension Mr. Hoover's policies could cause. There were standard operating procedures for everything. Though I never had the opportunity to meet Mr. Hoover in a one-on-one setting, I did and still do have a personally autographed photo of him in my office. There was even a standard procedure for getting such a photo as a young agent. The SAC would tell you to have his secretary write a kiss-ass letter for you, elaborating on how proud you were to be an FBI special agent and how much you admired Mr. Hoover. If you'd written your letter properly, you'd receive a photo with best wishes to you as a sign for all to see of your personal connection.
I want to beg his forgiveness. Give him back the
Certain other procedures we never knew for sure where they came from, whether they were Hoover's personal directives or merely an overzealous interpretation of the director's wishes.
Seek out the beat.
Everyone in the office was expected to put in overtime, and everyone was supposed to be above the office average.
Farewell.
I'm sure you see the dilemma. Month by month, like some crazy pyramid scheme, the hours would keep growing. Agents who came into the Bureau with the highest morals and character would be forced to learn to inflate their timesheets. There was to be no smoking or coffee drinking in the office. And like a force of door-to-door salesmen, agents were discouraged from hanging around the office at all, even to use the telephone.
You were talking to that murderous
Therefore,
savage.
each man developed his own work habits to get around this. I spent a lot of time going over my cases at a carol at the public library.
I know you had some part in sending.
One of the greatest adherents to the gospel according to St. Edgar was our SAC, Neil Welch, nicknamed the Great. Welch was a big guy, about 6'4", with heavy horn-rimmed glasses. He was stern and stoic, not at all warm and fuzzy. He enjoyed a distinguished career in the Bureau, going on to head field offices in Philadelphia and New York, among others. There was some talk he would take Hoover's place when, or should I say if, the inevitable day finally arrived. In New York, Welch formed a group that was the first to effectively use the federal RICO conspiracy statutes, racketeer-influenced and corrupt organizations against organized crime. But back in Detroit, he went by the book. Naturally and inevitably, Welch and Bob McGonigal would clash. And it happened one Saturday when we were at home. Bob got a call that the Great wanted to see him immediately, along with our squad supervisor, Bob Fitzpatrick. So McGonigal goes in, and Welch tells him someone's been using the phone to call New Jersey. It's against the rules to use the phone for personal business. Actually, what he'd been doing could have been interpreted either way, but in the FBI, you erred on the side of caution. Welch, who could be really fierce, starts out, generally, using good interrogation techniques that put the subject on the spot. Okay, McGonigal, what about those telephone calls? So Bob starts confessing to any call he can think of, because he's afraid Welch might have something more serious on him, and maybe he can satisfy the SAC's wrath by giving him the petty stuff. Welch rises to his full imposing height, leans over his desk, and points his finger menacingly. McGonigal, let me tell you something. You've got 2 strikes against you. First, you're a former clerk. I hate fucking clerks. The second thing is, if I ever see you wearing a lavender-colored shirt, particularly during inspection, I'm going to kick your ass up and down East Jefferson Street. And if I ever see you near a telephone, I'm going to throw your ass down the elevator shaft. Now, get out of my office. Bob comes home a beaten man, convinced he's going to be fired. Jack Kunst and I really feel sorry for him. But what Fitzpatrick tells me the next day is that after McGonigal left, he and Welch sat there laughing their asses off. Years later, when I headed up the investigative support unit, I would get asked if, with all that we knew about criminal behavior and crime scene analysis, any of us could commit the perfect murder. I always told them no, that even with all we knew, our post-offense behavior would still give us away. I think the incident between McGonigal and Welch proves that even a first-rate FBI agent isn't immune to the pressures of the right interrogator.
You look strong.
By the way,
Come to your
Red
from the
Caucus?
moment he left the SAC's office that Saturday afternoon, Bob wore the whitest shirts in town. Until Neil Welch was transferred to Philadelphia. Much of Hoover's leverage in getting his funding requests through Congress had to do with the statistics he could throw around. But for the director to be able to use these numbers, everyone in the field had to deliver. Early in 1972, so the story goes, Welch promised the boss 150 gambling arrests. That apparently was the category needing a boost in numbers at the time. So he set up an elaborate sting with informants, wiretaps, and military-like planning, all to culminate on Super Bowl Sunday, the biggest illegal gambling day of the year. The Dallas Cowboys, who lost a close contest to the Baltimore Colts the year before, were playing the Miami Dolphins in New Orleans. Arrests of bookies have to be lightning fast, precision procedures, because they use flash paper, which burns instantly, or potato paper, which is water soluble. The operation promised to be something of a mess because there'd been intermittent showers all day. Our sting netted more than 200 gamblers on that rainy afternoon. At one point, I had a subject handcuffed in the back of the car, bringing him back to the armory where we were booking them all. He was a charming man, friendly. He was handsome, too. Looked like Paul Newman. He said to me, "Sometime when this is all over, we ought to get together for some racquetball." He was approachable enough, so I started asking him questions, just the way I'd been asking bank. "Why do you do this stuff?" "You can arrest all of us today, John. It won't make a bit of difference. For a smart guy like you, making money legitimately should be easy." He shook his head, like I still didn't get it. It was raining harder. I glanced to the side, directing my attention to the car's window. "You see those two raindrops? I'll bet you the one on the left will get to the bottom of the glass before the one on the right does. We don't need the Super Bowl. All we need is two little raindrops. You can't stop us, John, no matter what you do. It's what we are." For me, this brief encounter was like a bolt out of the blue, like an instant cessation of ignorance. It may seem naive in retrospect, but suddenly, everything I'd been asking, all of my research with bank robbers and other criminals, came crystal clear. It's what we are. There was something inherent, deep within the criminal's mind and psyche, that compelled him to do things in a certain way. Later, when I started research into the minds and motivations of serial murderers, then, when I began analyzing crime scenes for behavioral clues, I would look for the one element or set of elements that made the crime and the criminal stand out, that represented what he was. Eventually, I would come up with the term signature to describe this unique element and personal compulsion, which remained static. And I would use it as distinguishable from the traditional concept of modus operandi, which is fluid and can change. This became the core of what we do in the investigative support unit. As it turned out, all the hundreds of arrests we made that Super Bowl Sunday were thrown out of court on technical procedure. In everyone's haste to get the operation up and running, an assistant to the Attorney General, rather than the Attorney General himself, had signed the search warrant. But the SAC Welch had fulfilled his promise and delivered his numbers to Hoover, at least long enough for them to have the desired impact on Capitol Hill. And I had come up with an insight that was to become critical in my law enforcement career, simply by betting on raindrops.
I've been hunting and fishing in these parts for years.
Chapter 4.
It's not like my poaching is
Between Two Worlds.
The Jarl can hardly eat every deer now, can he?
It was a hijacking case involving the interstate theft of a truckload of J&B Scotch, worth about $100,000. It was spring of 1971, and I'd been on the job in Detroit going on 6 months. The warehouse foreman had tipped us off, where they were going to make the exchange of money for the stolen booze. We were working it as a joint FBI Detroit police operation, but both organizations had met separately for planning. Only the higher-ups had talked to each other, and would it?
Hello? Right, cool, mate. I'll get it. Right. Right, cool. Taylor, fuck it off. Away. Okay. As much as I'm enjoying this audiobook, I might actually, I don't know. I do want to get back to writing. I don't want to spend all my energy fucking playing Skyrim listening to a fucking book. As good as it is and all that. But let's see, where were we?
That it hadn't filtered down to the street. So when the time came to make the arrest, no one was quite sure what anyone else was doing. It's nighttime, the outskirts of the city, by a set of railroad tracks. I'm driving one of the FBI cars with my squad supervisor, Bob Fitzpatrick, in the seat next to me. The informant was Fitzpatrick's, and Bob McGonigal was the case agent. Word comes over the radio. Bust him, bust him. We all come screeching to a halt, surrounding this semi. The driver opens the door, bolts out, and starts running. Along with an agent in another car, I open the door and get out, pull out my gun, and start running after him. It's dark. We're all dressed down. No suits or ties or anything. And I'll never, ever forget the whites of his eyes. As I see a uniformed cop holding a shotgun aimed directly at me, and he's yelling, "Halt, police, drop the gun." We're less than 8 feet from each other, and I realize this guy's about to shoot me. I freeze, at the same time coming to grips with the fact that if I make one wrong move, I'm history. I'm about to drop my gun and put up my hands when I hear Bob Fitzpatrick's voice frantically shouting, "He's FBI! He's an FBI agent!" The cop lowers his shotgun, and instinctively I take off again after the driver, adrenaline pumping, trying to make up the distance I've lost. The other agent and I reach him together. We tackle him to the ground and cuff him, more roughly than necessary. I'm so keyed up. But that frozen couple of seconds when I thought I was going to be blown away was one of the most terrifying experiences I've ever had. Many times since then, as I've tried to put myself in the shoes and heads of rape and murder victims, as I've forced myself to imagine what they must have been thinking and going through at the moment of attack, I've recalled my own.
I did not miss this little cave.
It's helped me to really understand cases from the victim's point of view. At the same time that a lot of us younger guys were busting our humps trying to make as many arrests as we could, many of the burnt-out old-timers seemed to have the attitude that rocking the boat was senseless, that you got paid the same whether you put yourself out on the limb or not, and that initiative was something for salesmen. Since we were encouraged to spend most of our time out of the office, window shopping, sitting in the park, and reading the Wall Street Journal became favorite pastimes for a certain segment of the agent force. Being the blue flamer that I was, I took it upon myself to write a memo suggesting a merit pay system to encourage the people who were being most productive. I gave my memo to our ASAC, or Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Tom Nailey. Tom calls me into his office, closes the door, picks up the memo from his desk, and smiles benevolently at me. "What are you worried about, John? You'll get your GS-11, he says as he rips the memo in half. "You will get your GS-12, he says as he tears it in half again. "You'll get your GS-13. Another rip, and by now he's really laughing. "Don't rock the boat, Douglas," is his final advice, as he lets the pieces of the memo flutter into the trash.
The realities of life.
15 years later, long after J. Edgar Hoover was dead, and at least somewhat gone, the FBI did implement a merit pay system. Though when they finally got around to it, they obviously managed it with no help from me. One evening in May, actually I remember it was the Friday after May 17th, for reasons that will become clear in a moment, I was with Bob McGonigal and Jack Kunst in a bar where we used to hang out, across the street from the office, called Jim's Garage. There's a rock and roll band playing, we've all had a few too many beers, when suddenly this attractive young woman comes in with a girlfriend. She reminds me of a young Sophia Loren, dressed in the trendy outfit of the times, this short blue dress and go-go boots practically up to her groin. I call out, "Hey, Blue, come on over here." So, to my surprise, she and the friend do. Her name is Pam Modica, and we start joking around, hitting it off. Turns out it was her 21st birthday, and she and the friend are out celebrating her legal right to drink. She seems to be into my sense of humor. Later, I find out her first impression of me was good-looking but kind of nerdy with my short government-issue haircut. We leave Jim's and spend the rest of the night bar hopping. In the next couple of weeks, we got to know each other better. She lived within the city of Detroit and had gone to Pershing High, a practically all-black school where basketball great Elvin Hayes went. When I met her, she was attending Eastern Michigan University in Ypsilanti. Things developed pretty quickly between us, although not without its social costs
How can
to
I
Pam.
serve you, my Thane?
This was 1971. The Vietnam War was still on, and distrust of the FBI was rampant on college campuses. Many of her friends didn't want to associate with us, convinced I was an establishment plant who was reporting back on their activities to some higher authority. The entire notion that these kids were important enough to be spied on was ludicrous, except that the FBI was doing that sort of thing back then. I remember going with Pam to a sociology class. I sat in the back of the room, listening to the lecturer, a young radical assistant professor, very cool, very with it. But I kept looking at the professor, and her gaze kept coming back to me. And it was obvious she was really bothered by my being there. Anyone from the FBI was the enemy, even if he was the boyfriend of one of her students. Looking back on the incident, I realized how unsettling an effect you can sometimes have just by being yourself. And my unit and I used this to our advantage. In a vicious murder case up in Alaska, my colleague Judd Ray, who's black, got a racist defendant to come unglued on the witness stand by sitting next to and being friendly to the man's girlfriend. During Pam's early college years at Eastern Michigan, a serial killer was working, though we didn't yet use that terminology. It struck first in July of 1967, when a young woman named Mary Flesher disappeared from the campus. Her decomposed body was found a month later. She'd been stabbed to death and her hands and feet hacked off. A year later, the body of Joan Schell, a student at the University of Michigan in nearby Ann Arbor, was discovered. She'd been raped and stabbed almost 50 times.
Ish.
Then another body was found in Ypsilanti. The killings, which became known as the Michigan Murders, escalated, and women at both universities lived in terror. Each body that turned up bore evidence of horrible abuse. By the time a University of Michigan student named John Norman Collins was arrested in 1969, almost by chance by his uncle, State Police Corporal David Like, 6 co-eds and 1 13-year-old girl had met grisly death. Collins was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment about 3 months before I entered the Bureau. But I often wondered if the Bureau had known then what we do now, if the monster could have been trapped before he had been responsible for so much misery. Even after his capture, his specter continued to haunt both campuses, as Ted Bundy's would haunt other colleges only a few years later. With the memory of the hideous crimes so much a part of Pam's recent life, they became a part of mine as well. And I think it's more than likely, at least on a subconscious level, that when I began studying, then hunting serial killers, John Norman Collins and his beautiful, innocent victims were very much with me. I was 5 years older than Pam, but since she was in college and I was out in the working world of law enforcement, it often seemed like a generation gap. In public, she was often quiet and seemingly passive around me and my friends, and I'm afraid we sometimes took advantage of this. One time, Bob McGonigal and I met Pam for lunch at a hotel restaurant that overlooked the downtown area. We're both in dark suits and wingtips, and Pam is in turkey co-ed casual. Afterward, We're taking the elevator back down to the lobby, and it seems like it's stopping on every floor. Each time it gets a little more packed. About halfway down, Bob turns to Pam and says, "We really enjoyed ourselves today. Next time we're in town, we'll definitely give you a call."
Strong, capable warriors. Stay sharp.
Pam is looking down at the floor, trying not to react at all when I jump in. "And next time, I'll bring the whipped cream and you bring the cherry."
This is Imperial territory,
The all
right?
looking at each other, squirming uncomfortably, until Pam bursts out laughing. Then they look at the three of us like we're some kind of perverts. Pam was scheduled to be an exchange student in Coventry, England for the fall semester. By late August, when she flew over, I was pretty sure she was the girl I wanted to marry. It never occurred to me at the time to ask Pam if she had similar feelings about me. I just assumed that she must. While she was away, we wrote to each other constantly. I spent a lot of time at her family's house at 622 Alameda Street, near the Michigan State Fairgrounds. Pam's father had died when she was a little girl, but I took advantage of the hospitality of her mom, Rosalie, eating there several nights a week and profiling her, as well as Pam's brothers and sisters, to try to figure out what Pam was like. During this time, I met another woman whom Pam thereafter referred to, though she had never met her, as the Golf Babe. Again, we met at a bar, and when I look back on it, I must have been spending more than my share of time in bars. She was in her early 20s, quite attractive, and recently out of college. We'd practically just met when she insists I come home with her to dinner. It turns out she lives in Dearborn, which is Ford World Headquarters, and her father is a major auto executive. They live in this big stone house with a swimming pool, original art, fancy furniture. Her father's in his late 40s, the image of corporate success. Her mother is gracious and elegant. We're sitting at the dinner table, flanked by my new friends, a younger brother and sister. I'm profiling this family, trying to figure out their net worth. At the same time, they're trying to assess me. Everything's going too well. They seem impressed that I'm an FBI agent, a welcome change from what I'm used to from Pam's circle. Of course, these people are as establishment as they come. I'm really getting nervous, and I realize the reason is that they've practically got me married off. The father's asking me about my family, my background, my military service. I tell him about my job running Air Force Base athletic facility. Then he tells me that he and an associate own a golf course near Detroit. He goes on about this fairway and that dogleg, and I'm upping my estimate of his assets by the second. "John, do you play golf?" he asks. "No, Dad," I respond without missing a beat, "but I'd sure like to learn." That was it. We all break up. I spent the night there on the couch in the den. In the middle of the night, I was visited by the girl who had somehow managed to sleepwalk down to see me. Maybe it was the idea of being in this fancy house. Maybe it was my instinctive fear since I joined the Bureau of being set up. But I was scared off by her aggressiveness, which matched that of the rest of her family. I left the next morning, having enjoyed their hospitality and a terrific dinner. But I knew I'd lost my shot at the good life. Pam came home from England a couple of days before Christmas, 1971. I'd decided to pop the question and had bought a diamond engagement ring. In those days, the Bureau had contacts for just about anything you wanted to buy. The company from whom I bought the ring was grateful to us for cracking a jewelry heist and gave excellent deals to agents. With this preferred price, the biggest diamond ring I could afford was 1.25 carats. But I decided if she first saw it at the bottom of a champagne glass, not only would she think I was exceedingly clever, it would also make the diamond look as if it were 3 carats. I took her to an Italian restaurant on 8 Mile Road near her house. My intention was that whenever she got up to go to the ladies' room, I'd drop the ring into her glass. But she never went. So the next night, I took her to the same restaurant again, but with the same result. Having sat on numerous stakeouts by that time, where sitting in a car for hours on end and having to hold it in was a genuine occupational drawback, I really had to admire. But maybe this was supposed to be some sort of divine message that I wasn't ready to jump into marriage. The next night was Christmas Eve, and we were at her mother's house with the entire family crowded around. This was my now or never moment. We'd been drinking Asti Spumante, which she loved.
And
Finally, she left the room for a minute to go into the kitchen. When she came back, she was sitting in my lap. We drank a toast. And if I hadn't stopped her, she would have swallowed the ring.
We hunt together.
So much for looking like 3 carrots. She never even saw it until I pointed it out. I wondered if there was a message here. The important thing was that I'd set up my interrogation scene to obtain the intended result. Having staged the scene so carefully, surrounding us with her siblings and her mother, who adored me, I hadn't left Pam many options. She said yes. We'd be married the following June. For their second-year assignments, most of the single agents were being sent to New York or Chicago, under the logic that it would be less of a hardship for them than the married guys. I didn't have any particular preference, and ended up assigned to Milwaukee, which sounded like an okay city, even though I'd never been there, and had no real idea where it was. I would move there in January and get settled in, and Pam would join me after the wedding. I found a place in the Juneau Village Apartments on Juneau Avenue, not too far from Milwaukee Field Office in the Federal Building on North Jackson Street. This turned out to be a tactical mistake, because whatever happened, the response was always, "Go get Douglas, he's only 3 blocks away." Even before I arrived in Milwaukee, the women in the office knew who I was. Specifically, one of only 2 single agents. In my first few weeks, they fought to take my dictation, even though I had little to do. Everyone wanted to be around me. But after a few weeks, when word gradually got around that I was engaged, I quickly became like the 6th day of a 5-day deal. The atmosphere in the Milwaukee field office turned out to be a replay of Detroit, only more so. My first SAC there was a man named Ed Hayes, who everyone called Fast Ed. He was always red as a beet and dropped dead from high blood pressure shortly after his retirement, and was always walking around snapping his fingers and shouting, "Get out of the office! Get out of the office!" I said, "Where am I supposed to go? I just got here. I don't have a car. I don't have any cases." He shot back, "I don't care where you go. Get out of the office." So I left. In those days, it wasn't uncommon to go into a library or walk down Wisconsin Avenue near the office and find several agents window shopping because they had nowhere else to be. It was during this time that I bought my next car, a Ford Torino, through a car dealer within the bureau. Our next SAC, Herb Hoxie, was brought in from the Little Rock, Arkansas field office. Recruiting was always a big issue for SACs, and as soon as Hoxie arrived, he was already under the gun. Each field office had a monthly quota for both agents and non-clerical personnel. Hoxie called me into his office and told me I was to be in charge of recruiting. This assignment generally went to a single guy because it involved a lot of traveling around the state. Why me? Because we had to take the last guy off, and he's lucky not to be fired. He'd been going into the local high schools and interviewing the girls for clerical positions. Hoover was still alive, and there were no female special agents in those days. He would ask them questions, as if from a prepared list. One of them was, "Are you a virgin?" If she answered no, he'd ask her out on a date. Parents started complaining, and the SAC had to slam dunk him. I started recruiting all over the state. Soon I was bringing in almost 4 times the quota. I was the most productive recruiter in the country. The problem was, I was too good. They wouldn't take me on. When I told Herb I really didn't want to do it anymore, that I hadn't joined the FBI to do personnel, he threatened to put me on the civil rights detail. which meant investigating police departments and officers accused of brutalizing suspects and prisoners or of discrimination against minorities. This was not exactly the most popular job in the Bureau either. I thought this was a hell of a way to reward me for my good work. So I cut myself a deal. Cockily, I agreed to continue producing the big recruiting numbers if Hoxie would assign me as his primary relief or substitute, and if I got the use of a Bureau car and a recommendation for Law Enforcement Assistance Administration, LEAA money, for graduate school. I knew that if I didn't want to spend my entire career out in the field, I needed a master's degree. I was already somewhat suspect in this. Anyone who wanted this much education must be a flaming liberal. At the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee, where I began pursuing a master's in educational psychology nights and weekends, I was perceived as just the opposite. Most of the professors were suspicious of having an FBI agent in their classes, and I never had much patience with all the touchy-feely stuff that was so much a part of psychology. John, I want you to introduce yourself to your neighbor here and tell him what John Douglas is really like. One class, we were all sitting around in a circle. Circles were big in those days. It gradually dawns on me that no one is talking to me. I try to become part of the conversation, but no one will say anything. Finally, I just said, "What is the problem here, folks?" It turns out I have a metal-handled comb sticking out of my jacket pocket, and they all think it's an antenna, that I'm recording the class and transmitting it back to headquarters. The paranoid self-importance of these people never ceased to amaze me. At the beginning of May 1972, J. Edgar Hoover died quietly in his sleep at home in Washington. Early in the morning, teletype messages flew from headquarters to every field office. In Milwaukee, we were all called in by the SAC to hear the news. Even though Hoover was in his late 70s and had been around forever, no one really thought he'd ever die. With the king now dead, we all wondered where a new king was going to come from to take his place. L. Patrick Gray, a deputy attorney general and Nixon loyalist, was appointed acting director. He was popular at first for such innovations as finally allowing female agents. It wasn't until his administration loyalties began to conflict with the needs of the Bureau that he began to slip. I was recruiting in Green Bay a few weeks after Hoover's death when I get a call from Pam. She tells me the priest wants to meet with us a few days before the wedding. I'm convinced he thinks he can convert me to Catholicism and score some points with the church brass. But Pam's a good Catholic who's been brought up to respect and obey what the priests tell her. And I know she'll badger the hell out of me if I don't surrender peacefully.
He is the God of mercy.
We come to St. Rita's church together, only she goes in to see the priest by herself first. It reminds me of the police station back when I was in college in Montana, when they separated all of us to check our story. I'm sure they're planning the conversion step. When they finally call me in, the first thing I say is, "What do you two have in store for the Protestant kid?" The priest is young and friendly, probably in his early 30s. He asks me these general questions such as, what is love? Trying to figure out if there's a particular right answer. These interviews are like the SATs. You're never sure if you've prepared properly. We get into birth control, how the kids are going to be raised, that sort of thing. I start asking him how he feels about being a priest, being celibate, not having his own family. The priest seems like a nice guy, but Pam has told me St. Rita's is a strict, traditional church, and he's uncomfortable around me. Maybe because I'm not Catholic, I'm not sure. I think he's trying to break the ice when he asks me, "Where did you two meet?" Whenever there's been stress in my life, I've always started joking around, trying to relieve the tension. Here's my opportunity, I think, and I can't resist it. I slip my chair closer to him. "Well, Father," I begin, "you know I'm an FBI agent. I don't know if Pam told you her background. All the while I'm talking, I'm getting closer to him. Locking in the eye contact I'd already learned to use in interrogation. I just don't want him to look at Pam because I don't know how she's working. We met at a place called Jim's Garage, which is a topless go-go bar. Pam worked there as a dancer and was quite good. What really got my attention was she was dancing with these tassels on each of her breasts, and she got them spinning in opposite directions. Take my word for it. It was really something to see.
Fucking bit self-destructive behaviour.
Pam is deathly quiet,
Jesus.
not knowing whether to say anything or not. The priest is listening in rapt attention. Anyway, Father, she got those tassels spinning in opposite directions with greater and greater velocity, when all of a sudden, one of them flew off into the audience.
You look like
everyone grabbed.
Enjoy this work.
I leaped up and caught it and brought it back to
Wait a minute, am I doing? I've got
Here
this.
we are today. His mouth is gaping open. I've got this guy totally believing me
Totally
when I
forgot
just
the fucking
break up
stuff.
and
I
start
still was listening to the
laughing,
book.
just as I did for my phony junior high school book report. You mean this isn't true? He asks. By this point, Pam has broken up too. We both just shake our heads. I don't know whether the priest is relieved or disappointed. Bob McGonagall was my best man. The morning of the wedding was rainy and dreary, and I was itching to get on with it. I had Bob call Pam at her mother's house and asked if she'd seen or heard from me. She, of course, said no, and Bob offered as how I hadn't come home the night before, and he was afraid I was getting cold feet and backing out. Looking back on it, I can't believe how perverse my sense of humor was. Eventually, Bob started laughing and gave us away. But I was a little disappointed not to have gotten more of a reaction out of her. Afterward, she told me she was so shell-shocked about all the arrangements and so concerned about having her curly hair frizz up in the humidity that the mere disappearance of the groom was a minor concern. When we exchanged our vows in church that afternoon and the priest pronounced us husband and wife, I was surprised that he had some kind words to say about me. I met John Douglas for the first time the other day, and he got me thinking long and hard about how I feel about my own religious beliefs. God knows what I said to make him think so deeply, but sometimes he was
Don't take it to them. I never turns out well, man.
The next time I told the
It never ends
story
well.
to a priest.
Nah.
It was the one Pam had called in to pray over me in Seattle. And I got him believing it too.
Father says I'm too young to train.
We had a brief honeymoon in the
Nah, I'm
Pocono.
good.
Heart-shaped bathtub, mirrors on the ceiling, all the classics.
You never get married, though. Come on, man.
Then drove to Long Island where my parents had a party for us since few people in my family had been able to come to the wedding. After we were married, Pam moved to Milwaukee. She'd graduated and become a teacher. New teachers all had to do their time serving as substitutes in the roughest inner-city schools. One junior high was particularly bad. Teachers there routinely were shoved and kicked, and a number of rape attempts had been made against a younger female teacher.
What would you like to purchase?
I'd finally gotten off the recruiting detail and was putting in long hours on the reactive squad, mostly handling bank
Is there
robbery.
anything else you'd like to purchase?
In spite of the inherent danger of my work, I was more concerned about Pam's situation.
Is there anything
At least
else
I had a gun to defend myself. One time, 4 students forced her into an empty classroom, pawing at her and assaulting her. She managed to scream and break away, but I was furious. I wanted to take some other agents down to the school and kick ass. My best buddy at the time was an agent named Joe Del Campo, who worked with me on bank robbery cases. We would hang around this bagel place on Oakland Avenue near the University of Wisconsin's Milwaukee campus. A couple named David and Sarah Goldberg managed it, and before too long, Joe and I became friendly with them. In fact, they started treating us like sons. Some mornings, we'd be in there bright and early, wearing our guns and helping the Goldbergs put bagels and bialys in the oven. We'd eat breakfast, go out and catch a fugitive, follow up on a couple of leads in other cases, then go back for lunch. Joe and I both worked out at the Jewish Community Center, and around Christmas and Hanukkah time, we bought the Goldbergs a membership. Eventually, other agents started hanging around what we simply called Goldberg's place.
Still here.
And we had a party there,
I am at your
attended by
command.
both the SAC and ASAC. Joe Del Campo was a bright guy, multilingual, and excellent with firearms. His prowess played the central role in perhaps the strangest and most confusing situation I've ever been involved with. One day during the winter, Joe and I are in the office interrogating a fugitive we brought in that morning when we get a call that Milwaukee police have a
I'm
hostage.
really just listening to this book. It's great.
Joe's been up all night on night duty, but we leave our own subject to cool his heels and head out to the scene. When we get there, an old Tudor-style house, we learn that the suspect, Jacob Cohen, is a fugitive accused of killing a police officer in Chicago. He's just shot an FBI agent, Richard Carr, who tried to approach him in his apartment complex, which had been surrounded by a newly trained FBI SWAT team. The crazy guy then ran through the SWAT team perimeter, taking 2 rounds in the buttocks. He grabs a young boy shoveling snow and runs into a house. Now he's got 3 hostages, 2 children and an adult.
Jesus.
Ultimately, he lets the adult and one of the kids go. He holds on to the young boy whose age we estimate at about 10 to 12. At this point, everyone's pissed off. It's freezing cold. Cohen is mad as hell, not exactly helped by the fact he's now got an ass full of lead. The FBI and Milwaukee police are angry at each other for letting the situation degenerate. The SWAT team is pissed off because this was their first big case and they missed him and let him slip through their perimeter. The FBI in general is now out for blood because he's taken down one of their own. And Chicago police have already gotten out the word that they want to come get him, and that if anyone's going to shoot the suspect, they should have that right. SAC Herb Hoxie arrives on the scene and makes what I consider a couple of mistakes to compound the ones already made by everyone else. First,
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
Huh? Still here. How can I serve you, my Thane? You lead, I'll follow.
In fact, much of the FBI at that time, as well as the law enforcement world in general, considered psychology and behavioral science, as they applied to criminology, to be so much worthless bullshit. While clearly I never felt this way, I had to acknowledge that a lot of what was known and taught in this field had no real relevance to the business of understanding and catching criminals, a circumstance several of us would try to begin to rectify a couple of years later. When I took over as chief of the operational side of the behavioral science unit, I changed the name to the Investigative Support Unit. And when people asked me why, I told them, quite frankly, I wanted to take the BS out of what we were doing.
I work for Bellathor.
The BSU, under Unit Chief Jack Pfaff, at the time I took my hostage negotiation training,
This guy is so
was
very
dominated
clever.
by two strong and insightful personalities, Howard Tenton and Patrick Mullaney. Tenton is about 6'4", with penetrating eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. Though an ex-Marine, he's a contemplative type, always totally dignified, the model of an intellectual professor. He joined the Bureau in 1962 after serving with the San Leandro, California Police Department near San Francisco. In 1969, he began teaching a landmark course called Applied Criminology, which eventually, after Hoover's death, I suspect, became known as Applied Criminal Psychology. By 1972, Teton had gone up to New York to consult with Dr. James Russell, the psychiatrist who had cracked the Mad Bomber case, who agreed to personally teach Teton his profiling technique. Armed with this knowledge, the big breakthrough of Teton's approach was how much you could learn about criminal behavior and motives by focusing on the evidence of the crime scene. In some ways, everything we've done in behavioral science and criminal investigative analysis since then has been based on this. Pat Mullaney always reminded me of a leprechaun. At about 5'10", he's a roly-poly type with a quick wit and high energy level. He came to Quantico in 1972 from the New York field office with a degree in psychology. Near the end of his tenure at Quantico, he would distinguish himself by successfully managing very public hostage situations. In Washington, D.C., when the Hanafi Muslim sect took over the B'nai B'rith headquarters, and in Warrensville Heights, Ohio, when Corey Moore, a black Vietnam vet, grabbed a police captain and his secretary right in the station house. Together, Teton and Mullaney represented the first wave of modern behavioral science and made a distinct and unforgettable pair. The other instructors at the BSU also participated in the hostage negotiation course. These included Dick Bolt and Robert Wrestler, who arrived at Quantico a short time before. If Teton and Mullaney constituted the first wave, Bolt and Wrestler constituted the second, moving the discipline further along as something that could be of real value to police departments throughout the United States. Though at that time we only knew each other as teacher and student, Bob Wrestler and I would soon join forces on the serial killer study that led ultimately to the modern version of what we do. About 50 guys were in the hostage negotiation class. In some ways it was more entertaining than informative, but an enjoyable 2-week respite from fieldwork. In class, we examined the 3 basic types of hostage takers: professional criminal, mentally ill, and fanatic. We studied some of the significant phenomena that had arisen out of hostage situations, such as the Stockholm Syndrome. 2 years before, in 1973, a botched bank robbery in Stockholm, Sweden, had turned into an agonizing hostage drama for customers and bank employees. Ultimately, the hostages came to identify with their captors and actually assisted them against the police. We also watched the Sidney Lumet film Dog Day Afternoon, which had recently come out, starring Al Pacino as a man who robs a bank to get money for his male lover to undergo a sex change operation. The film is based on an actual hostage incident in New York City. It was this case, and the protracted negotiations that ensued, that led the FBI to invite Captain Frank Boltz and Detective Harvey Schlossberg of the NYPD to bring the Academy up to speed on hostage negotiation, an area in which the New York people were the acknowledged national leaders. We studied the principles of negotiation. Some of the guidelines, such as trying to keep loss of life to a minimum, were obvious stuff. We did have the benefit of audio tapes of actual hostage situations. But it would be years later, when the next generation of instructors came in, before students would be involved in role-playing exercises. The closest you can get in the classroom to hands-on negotiating. It was also somewhat confusing, because a lot of the material had been recycled from the criminal psychology classes and didn't really fit. For example, they would give us photos and dossiers of child molesters or lust killers, and discuss how such a personality would react in a hostage situation. Then, there was more firearms training, which was still the big thing at Quantico. Much of what we eventually came to teach about hostage negotiation was learned not in the classroom from other agents, but in the cold crucible of the field. As I mentioned, one of the cases that earned Pat Mullaney his reputation was that of Corey Moore. Moore, who'd been diagnosed a paranoid schizophrenic, made a number of public demands after taking the Warrensville Heights, Ohio police captain and his secretary hostage in the captain's own office. Among them was that all white people leave the earth immediately. Now, in negotiating strategy, you don't want to give in to demands if you can possibly help it. Some demands, however, aren't terribly feasible under any circumstances. This certainly qualified as one of those. The case got so much national attention that the President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, offered to speak with Moore and help resolve the situation. While this was certainly well-intentioned on Mr. Carter's part, and indicative of the willingness he subsequently demonstrated for attempting to settle seemingly intractable conflicts around the world, this was not good negotiating strategy, and I would never want it to happen in a situation I was managing. Neither did Pat Mullaney. The problem with offering up the top guy, in addition to encouraging other desperate little people to try the same thing, is that you lose your maneuvering room. You always want to negotiate through intermediaries, which allows you to stall for time and avoid making promises you don't want to keep. Once you put the hostage taker in direct contact with someone he perceives as a decision maker, everyone's backed against the wall. And if you don't give in to his demands, you risk having things head south in a hurry. The longer you keep them talking, the better. By the time I was teaching hostage negotiation at Quantico in the early 1980s, we used a disturbing videotape that had been made in St. Louis a couple of years before. Ultimately, we stopped showing it because the St. Louis Police Department was so upset by it. In the tape, a young black man holds up a bar. The robbery's a bust. He gets trapped inside. The police surround the place, and he's got a bunch of hostages. The police organize a team of black and white officers to talk to him. But as the tape shows, rather than trying to deal with him on an objective level, they start jive-talking him and trying to get down on his level. They're all talking at once, constantly interrupting him, not listening to what he's saying, not trying to figure out what he wants to get out of this situation. The camera swings away just as the chief of police arrives on the scene. Again, I'd never let this happen. Once the chief is there, he officially ignores the demands, whereon the guy points the gun at his own head and blows his brains out for all to see. Contrast that with Pat Mullaney's handling of the Corey Moore case. Obviously, Moore was crazy. And obviously, all the white people weren't going to leave planet Earth. But by listening to the subject, Mullaney was able to discern what Moore really wanted and what would satisfy him. Mullaney offered Moore a press conference in which to air his views, and Moore released the hostages bloodlessly. During the course at Quantico, my name got around the behavioral science unit, and Pat Mullaney, Dick Alt, and Bob Ressler recommended me to Jack Pfaff. Before I left, the unit chief called me down to his basement office for an interview. Pfaff was a personable, friendly guy. A swarthy chain smoker, he looked a lot like Victor Mature. He told me the instructors had been impressed with me.
Alright, I'm enjoying that book, and we're just getting into where finally he's fucking getting to... And no, mate, no offence. Look, I like the guy. He's very clever, I can tell. Incredibly clever, actually. Very witty as well. But, I don't really know your life story, mate. I wanted you to come in and tell me about the fucking behavioural science unit stuff, which we'll finally go to, but I'm taking a break for you because you're that fucking interesting, I'm not going to be able to get the writing done. So, if I just keep listening to you. So, yeah. That's actually pretty damn good, that one. I like that book. I like the writer. Very good. Alright, the agency. Alright, yep. Alright, here we go. We're getting it done. Alright, so last point we were at. Let's see. It was 3:30 in the morning. It's fine, sure. How can I help you? Okay. I've been attacking the counter though. Uh-huh. There you go. Here we go. I just thought of something. Nah. I was gonna say, like, why wouldn't you just go just if I was gonna make it that the hotel he's staying in isn't far from him, but I could say, yeah, it'd be fine. Nah, it's fine, whatever, nah, it's fine. And why would you know just come pick him up and stuff? But nah, it's fine. He wants to get to the car crash, or not the car crash, the car attack, essentially. Alright, so you can tell on the ground that it's saying it was 3:30 in the morning. It's fine, Sheriff. I can help you. Wait a minute. You can tell on the ground it's saying it was 3:30 in the morning. I replied. It's fine, Sheriff. It's fine, Sheriff. It's not bad shit. It's fine, Sheriff. I can help you. Okay. No. There's been an attack. Alright, hold on, I need to read this stuff. Fine, Sheriff, I can help you. There's been an attack on another person, and it's identical one you've been looking into. And I'm hoping that you'll be willing to come down here and have a look, as you're 1,000. There's a bar, and you might spot something that I can't see. Okay. Should I tell him that he's brought? No, I'll tell him when he gets there. Alright, then I'll have the dog. And that's the thing I need to think about that. What the Bloodhound lock? Hmm. I don't know, I could make it that there was enough blood, but I think it'll give me a good wee bit to write about how, like, you know, as the sheriff followed the blood trail, he acknowledged inside himself that every drop that led him to his bro was in a second that his bro didn't have left. And most likely, he would run out soon. That's something along the lines, you know, like he'd run out of time and blood soon. That's something along the lines. But yeah, they something like that. Alright. hearing it, John. John saw it and said, "When did you attack her?" Drive. Drive west. On the Okay. Okay. Alright, let's see. So, it's only growing this thing. It was. It's not going to change that. That was. What that was. Growing this thing, it was 3:50 in the morning. And replied, "It's fine, Sheriff. How can I help you?" There's been an attack on another person, and it's identical to the one you've been looking into. And I'm hoping. Hold on, let me change that. Hoping that you'll be able to come down and have a look at your motel is far and you might spot something that I can't see. Again, that's John South and said, "When the attack occurred, drive west from motel along the road for about 10 minutes. You can't miss it. We have sealed off the road. I'm on my way right now. I'll meet you there." Alright, so let's reread that a little bit. Drive west from the motel along the road for about 10 minutes. They have sealed off the road. You can't miss it. They have sealed off. They have it sealed off. They have it sealed off. I'm gonna change it to that. They have it. I'm on my way right now. I'll meet you there. I'll meet you there in 10. me during time. The sheriff hung up and John with no time to get into the car as fast as he could. Okay. Right. Basic, but yeah. Alright.
General goods store.
Right. I remember I need to go in there. Like, I was thinking about this earlier, so it was like, I have an imagination. Like, see, when I think of a small town Montana, I think of, you know, the same kind of town you get in fucking Rambo or any place like that. You know, a small town place, got the local sheriff. Everybody's like fucking cheers, everybody knows your name, all that shit. Right, it's that kind of place. You know the joint. Alright, so. Backwinding wee country roads and shit. Lots of forest and mountains. And there's the open flats as well. Alright, so, but anyway. Alright, so, they're on their way, both of them. I actually like that change that I made. I was going to make it that the sheriff was going to be there at the crash site already, but then, no, that works better. That he's phoning them for his car, so he's just like, he's phoned the motel, and when the drive says, he's like, God, he's like, he's fucking racing there, essentially. He thinks he knows it's his bro. So I've found the car, let's say, it's probably on the radio. A lot of deputies. I'm finding it difficult with, like, the sheriff probably would have been at home, so he would have been the deputies on a night shift. Yeah. Alright, so he's dug his there with him, he's probably grabbed his dog and his shotgun and went, right, let's go. Perfect. Never mind the badge or the fucking sheriff uniform, nothing. He's showing up in like his fucking hunting boots and his fucking leather jacket here. Like, if this is personal, I ain't giving a shit about decorum here. I'm not even walking. No. Alright. Exactly, I can do that. That would actually make it a good change, how the sheriff steps it and, like, you know, he's got his fucking underoos on, a leather jacket, some walking boots, and a fucking gloves, a hat, and a shotgun, and a torch, and he's dug. He's ready to go full hell Billy on these motherfuckers. Alright, so. Okay. So what's the next scene then? The next scene is... he pulls up. The sheriff has just... I'll make it that the sheriff pulls up. Because he's going to make it far away, let's say. So let's say that he actually gets there first and the sheriff pulls up. And then he finds out that it's actually the sheriff's brother. It does. The sheriff already knows. It does. Alright. Alright. Alright, let's see. How do we do that? How do we make the transition to them going hunting here? It couldn't make it that there's an obvious blood trail right at the back. There is. Couldn't make it that he actually injured the bird itself. Yeah. Okay. Let's say not only his blood, but also the blood is the bird's blood. Okay. We could make it that there was like his brother and he go down for a fight, like an expended cartridge, let's say, and there's a fucking like maybe a smell of gunpowder, or or ballistic smoke or whatever the fuck you call it, gun smoke. Like it's still that smelly in the chamber, like it's recently been fired. There is. Maybe he got a shot off on it, and when it swings, let's say, Or maybe one of his talons or something. Okay. He got a shot off, right? And here's the sheriff's spot, right? He's probably a big boy as well, just like, imagine. Hamilton's a big boy. Yes. Alright, so. Alright, I'm liking it so far. Alright. Right, so the sheriff's part actually didn't go down with a fight. He fucking just started shooting through the roof, like, go fuck yourself up here. Yeah, fucking bells jumped on my roof or something, like fucking pulls out the heavy, you know, the big 357 Magnum just starts fucking shooting away. Okay. Yeah, and let's say there's like 2 bullets left in the chamber or something like that. Alright, that's by kind of largest blood pills. Anything. Yeah, okay. And a whole lot of feathers.
Very often. What am I
So
saying?
make it,
Of course you don't.
the feathers are covered in blood as well, some of them.
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
Aye, let's say that. Aye, let's do that. Instead of actually tracking the draw, they track the thing itself. How do they? Okay.
Wait,
use it, but alright.
I know you.
Should we bring the deputies as well? Nah, I mean. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Let's bring them. Yeah, I might even want the sheriff to survive here, we'll see. You know, he could be a useful asset to the agency and stuff in the future. You never know.
Did you know there's some fruits that
Yeah, I'll bring the deputies, fuck it. Why would you know if you're the sheriff, right, and your deputies are there, it's like, and your brothers went missing, you've got a chance to find them, you'd be like, you'd bring every fucking man, wouldn't you? Man or woman, you'd be like, you got a gun, let's fucking go. Right, fuck it. Never mind the helicopter then. I'm going fucking now. Let's go.
The Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something. In the old fort near Riften. Might consider joining up myself.
I'm the commander of the guard here in Whiterun.
I mean, would the sheriff have his own views on the attack as well? I might need to go back and think about that, because the sheriff might be curious as well. He might be like, oh no, I've never seen an attack like that type of thing. Like, I mean, the fucking roof of the car was ripped off. And then the people went missing somehow. Right, no sign of their bodies, nothing. Not within a 20 mile radius anyway. We had the blood tines out, they were searching, we couldn't find them. Possibly no.
I work for Bellathor.
Right, but the person ran out of blood. So that this won't be. Let's say it's bleeding. Let's say he got a shot, or maybe a couple of shots off on one of his legs. And it's just running with blood in it. So it is on the flight back, carrying that other one, carrying that guy, his brother, sorry. Okay. The blood time was able to follow it along with his dropping feathers probably, so those are the flies, because it might be wounded and might be no flying right. Yeah, right. Okay. And it leads them back to the cave. Okay. How many deputies will we say there? Let's say 4? Like, cop car at one end of the street, cop car at the other of the road, so as to block it off. Let's say there's 4 of them.
The Cloud District very often.
But shall we say 2 go with them, and then 2 stay with the cars and just, you know, contain the crime scene, etc. Aye, alright, so we'll bring 2. Right, 2 deputies, or 4.
Wait, I know you.
Should I make it that the agency always just has like a team ready to go rescue these motherfuckers, like see like their agents? Like they know they're out doing this shit, they know where they are. Like they've got a team on standby to come and help them if they fucking need it. Right, whether they want it or no, type of thing. Like they'll keep an eye on them as well. Like their job is to investigate, the security team's job is to fucking keep them secure. Right? Might be actually.
I work with my mother, sell fruits and vegetables. It's fun most days, the hard work.
Alright, let's see. I don't have anything worth selling. I want to have some rubies and whatnot. Right. Where is Amron? Hold on. Amron! I need rid of your fucking sword, buddy. It's weight of 9. Jesus, that thing is ancient. Was it made out of bronze? Fucking hell. Okay, let's see. What the fuck is he? Amron, my good man. Fuck is he?
Wait, I know you.
No, you don't.
You tried mercenary work? You found it! Thank you. Here, my father had a favorite sword and shield technique. Let me teach it to you, in honor of his memory.
Roriksted's a nice enough little hamlet, but a Borg...
Right, thank God we got rid of that. That's right. Still got that fucking thing. 24 hours.
If a dragon attacks, well, then it'll be a different story.
Old friend. Patron.
What about we head to Falkreath, right? Then we head to Rorikstead. Nah, I may even go to Markarth, but that's dangerous territory actually. There's there are Hargravens and all sorts of motherfuckers are in here. I mean, maybe we'll get away with it. Alright, what about Falkreath then? Oh, we've got Markarth first, because there's only been Markarth, and there are some things we can do around here. There are. A lot of things actually, stuff we can steal. There are some missions and stuff. But, hold on. If we got anything else to do then, yeah, we still need to do this. Let's do this actually, because I'm thinking about maybe getting that house there. There's my brainwash. Yeah. Do you want? Go and mark off it, fuck it. A few missions there that are pretty good. Okay, so, also, to think about this interaction a wee bit more. So when he gets there, right, he's arrived, the road is taped off, it's night time. It's about fucking almost 4 in the morning. Right, the road is taped off, you've got 2 younger deputies like blocking this part of the road. Alright, so the squad car is there, a squad truck, most likely. Aye. It would be a truck, probably. 4-wheel drive, something like that. It's fucking Montana mountains, for fuck's sake. Alright, so. Okay. So, alright, the deputies. Alright, he explains to them who he is, why he's there. As he's explaining this, the sheriff pulls up at the other side, so he does, let's say, for the other direction. Aye. As they'll bring them over, let's say they'll bring them over to the car, he starts inspecting the area. Then the sheriff walks up to this, dressed like, he's just rolled out of bed, put his shit on, grabbed his shotgun, his dog came out, the Shanka hat on, like, dressed like a fucking bear, just like, like he looks like a fucking, some wild man. So he does. Just, fucking, what's happening? Fucking kill everybody. Fucking 4 in the morning, what is this? Nah, but he knows his bra. This is his bra's truck. When I read the license plate to him and the description, he knew it was his bra's truck. So he's on his way. Alright, let's see. What the fuck else are I going to do here again? Alright, so we're going to Falkreath, and then we're going to make our way to there, or are we just going to go straight to fucking Markarth? Markarth does sound kind of fun. Okay, so anything else I can do here? It's out there now. Stolen away. Fuck it, let's go and mark off.
can take you to... Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off.
Okay,
I can't wait here forever.
I'll make it he approaches them, actually. Aye, rather than them coming up to him, he'll get out, so he'll approach and go, FBI. Is that, your boss? Sheriff Hamilton? Yes, that's much more. That's better. And he's actually playing into it. I like that. He's actually playing into his role now. I might even mention that he actually felt like, fucking hell, I'm actually playing the part now.
What was that?
Victory is yours.
Right in front of the guards and everything. Fantastic.
Everyone, stay back. We'll handle things from here. Move along.
Should have been Han. I'm for the first place. I'm
That's
not
right.
anyway.
It isn't.
No, it's fine.
All right.
Take that though. And also, for Margaret. Oh, shame. Not really. Alright, so.
There's no shipments coming in. You a fighting man? I'm drunk. 100 septum says I can take you. That's the spirit. Oh, what?
It's been me. This guy's actually tough.
I'll raise a cup to your grave.
Once again, if I accidentally punch you in there or anything like that and hope fucking signs up on me, doesn't count. Yeah. Fucking butterflies thing like a bee, come on. Get the fuck away, buddy. Mate, the fuck off.
I'll raise a cup to your grave.
Both sides fucking open. Guard, fuck off. Oh, I can't see this at the bottom match. Come on.
Stand still.
Okay, I'll try to referee, but guard it. Oh, we don't need it here.
Wait, I can still fight. My favorite drinking buddy. Let's get some food.
Let's just go have a wee look around and it's been a while since I've been to Markarth. Calcimo and that is around here, isn't it? Calcimo! I think he's got some decent fucking, like, magic stuff as well with this, if I remember.
What are you hiding, priest?
I'm not hiding anything. It's closed for a reason.
Typical Imperial lies. First, you take towns. Now you're keeping us from seeing our honored dead? You and the Jarl will answer for any desecration of my ancestors' bodies.
That's enough, Thongvor. We're done. If it's about the Hall of the Dead, I can't talk about it. Rest assured, all right? I was going to suggest the Jarl hire someone to sort this mess out anyway. We've discovered we haven't caught. If you can get to the bottom of this, it's where people in the city are buried. Fathers, forefathers, mothers.
You here to see the Jarl.
Tread
No
lightly.
sudden moves, understand?
The Silverblood family will be heard.
Oh. At 8% though. Give me something at 90%. There we go. That's all I wanted. Get that off. Anyway. I can get that out. Once you get to 40%, you're pretty much good, so you can get it high if you want. No. Well, we finally got you a steel fucking helmet with there.
I'm the Jarl's personal blacksmith. Depends on what you need. A light armor is... If you want, you get me a hard... I get you some armor. Good hunting.
Thing I did or something off.
The
Okay.
finest weapons and armor. I served it. Anything. Have you met her? She runs the forge near the smelter. Just don't bother talking to her.
I've got your back.
Boy
I am
has no
sworn
talent.
to carry your burdens.
This looks better with the steel helmet, I think. Yep. Much better with this. There we go. And that is better. Okay.
Don't mind the dogs. They get anxious when they haven't had dinner. Don't even think about it.
Oh no, just having a fucking look. Calcimo.
What are you doing here? The excavation site is closed. I don't need any more workers or guards. Magic. You idiot. I'm sorry, I got too excited. I'm in the middle of some very stressful work to protect my research and the excavations into Nature. Yes, they invent, and then, at a time, persist. I'll let, if you deal with Nimhi. Enthusiasm. Good. Here's... I had you figured for a mage. I think you'll appreciate this. What?
I'm Calcelmo's
goodbye.
nephew. I help him around the laboratory.
Don't even think about it.
find out what's happening in the Hall of the Dead. RK will watch over you.
Okay.
Not many would walk blindly into a crypt, smelling of steel and blood, but not fear.
This guy would actually been to this quest line, so he would.
I feel the hunger inside of you, gnawing at you. You see the dead, and your mouth grows wet. Your stomach growls. It's all right. I will not shun you for what you are. Stay. I will tell you everything you have forgotten.
Very nice.
You were young when you first tasted human flesh, weren't you? A brother or sister had died? An accident, of course. Then the hunger set in. Curiosity. What's the harm in just one bite? It's okay now. You found a friend who understands you. You can let go of your guilt. A lot of our kind block out the memory of their first meal. The shame is too much. But you don't need to hide anymore. Namira, the Lady of Decay, accepts you for what you are. She has a place for us where we can sate our appetites without judgment. It's inside Reachcliff Cave. But the dead have stirred from their slumber recently, and I was forced here. Meet me there. We'll fight our way to Namira's embrace together. Until then, tell the people of Markarth that their dead won't be disturbed anymore. We have bigger plans ahead.
I might end up in this, actually. Like, I think this character would actually be up for that. You know, yes. Yes. Well done. Oh, do you see her there? Invisible woman is walking away. Nope. I don't know where you going.
Not here. We will meet at Reachcliff Cave.
Old dwarven city underneath the keep. The Shuan dead. Best steer clear.
You've returned. What happened in the Hall of the Dead? Divines preserve. Here, take my amulet as a reward. Arcade protect you.
Still here. As my Thane, I am sworn to carry your burdens. Lead
Look at
on.
it.
Take care with those flames.
I have things to study. What is it? You have my as promised, is the key to the Dwemer Museum. Mind the displays. Some of them are quite fragile. Oh, really? This looks like someone from Stauben's little group. A brave scholar, but not very wise. If you find Stauben, it would be good to see any notes he may have collected. I doubt you'll find him alive, though. What? Oh, goodbye.
makes him commit a murder under the particular circumstances he does.
Traveling in the... Where do you want to go?
During my weeks at Quantico, I've been exposed to some of the most bizarre murder cases, and one of the most bizarre of all turned out to be practically in my backyard. Actually, about 140 miles away, but that was close enough. Back in the 1950s, Edward Gein had been a recluse, living in the farming community of Plainfield, Wisconsin. Population, 642. He'd begun his criminal career quietly as a grave robber. His particular interest was the corpse's skin, which he removed, tanned, and draped across his own body, in addition to adorning a tailor's dummy and various home furnishing. At one point, he'd considered a sex change operation, still revolutionary in the Midwest of the 1950s. And when that seemed impractical, decided on the next best thing, which was making himself a woman's suit out of real women. Some speculate he was trying to become his dead, domineering mother. If this case is starting to sound familiar, aspects of it were used by both Robert Bloch in his novel Psycho, made into the Hitchcock film classic, and Thomas Harris in The Silence of the
Lambs. Yes.
Harris picked up the story while sitting in on our classes at Quantico. Gein could probably have continued living in ghoulish obscurity had his fantasy needs not expanded into creating more corpses to harvest. When we began our serial killer study, this escalation is something we came to recognize in virtually all cases. Gein was charged with the murder of 2 middle-aged women.
Gein.
In January of 1958, he was found legally insane, and then spent the rest of his life in the Central State Hospital at Waupun and the Mendota Mental Health Institute, where he was always a model prisoner. In 1984, Gein died peacefully at age 77 in the Mendota Geriatric Ward.
Got some fresh baked bread and good
Needless
tea?
to say,
Take
as a local detective or a special agent in the field, you don't get to see this sort of thing too often. When I got back to Milwaukee, I wanted to learn as much about the case as I could. But when I checked with the state attorney general's office, I found that the records had been sealed because of the insanity angle. Saying I was an FBI agent with an educational interest in the crimes, I got the office to open the files to me. I'll never forget going with the clerk and taking the boxes off the endless shelves and actually having to break a wax seal to get in. Inside, I saw photographs that instantly became seared in my mind. Headless, naked female bodies, hung upside down by ropes and pulleys, slit open in front, all the way from sternum to vaginal area, with all genitalia cut out.
Jesus.
Other photos showed several heads lying on the table, their blank, open eyes staring into nothingness. As horrible as these images were to contemplate, I began speculating as to what they said about the person who had created them, and how that knowledge could have aided in his capture. And in a real sense, I've been contemplating that ever since.
No, I'm going to keep preparing the body, if you'll
At the end of September 1976, I left Milwaukee for my temporary duty assignment, or TDY, as a counselor for the 107th National Academy session at Quantico.
Thank you.
Pam had to stay on her own in Milwaukee, running the house and taking care of 1-year-old Erica while still teaching. This was the first of my many professional absences over the years, and I'm afraid too many of us in the Bureau, in the military, and in the Foreign Service give too little thought to the incredible burdens on the spouse left behind. The FBI National Academy program is a tough 11-week course for senior and accomplished law enforcement officials from around the nation and the world. In many cases, Academy students are trained right alongside FBI agents. The way to tell the difference between trainees is by shirt color. FBI agents wear blue, while NA students wear red. Another thing, NA students tend to be older and more experienced. Qualified, You have to be recommended by your local commanding officer and accepted by the Quantico staff. Not only does the National Academy provide expert training in the latest in law enforcement knowledge and technique, it also serves as an extended and informal environment for the FBI to build personal relationships with local police officers, which has proved an invaluable resource over and over again. The head of the National Academy program was Jim Cotter, a real law enforcement institution whom the police love. As a counselor, I was responsible for one section of students, Section B, consisting of 50 men. Even though Director Patrick Gray's and then Clarence Kelly's policies were opening the Bureau from the narrow strictures of the Hoover years, no women were yet invited to the National Academy. In addition to the Americans, I had people from England, Canada, and Egypt. You live in the same dormitories, and you're expected to be everything from instructor to social director to therapist to demo. It was a way for the behavioral science staff to see how you interacted with police, if you liked the atmosphere at Quantico, and how you handled stress. And there was plenty of that. Away from their families and living in dorm rooms for the first time in their adult lives, unable to drink in their rooms, sharing the bathroom with people they'd never met before, pushed to physical challenges most of them hadn't had to endure since new recruit training. The students got an excellent education, but at a price. By about the 6th week, many of the cops were going nuts, bouncing off the white cinder block wall. And this, of course, took its toll on the counselors as well. Each one handled the assignment differently. As with everything else in my life, I decided that if we were all going to get through this in one piece, I'd better have a sense of humor. Some counselors took other approaches. One was so strict and intense, he'd be chewing his guys' butts out during intramural games. By the 3rd week, his section was so pissed off, they gave him a set of luggage, the symbolic message being, get the hell out of here. Another counselor was a special agent I'll call Fred. He'd never had a drinking problem until he came to Quantico, but he sure got one there. The counselors were all supposed to watch for signs of students becoming depressed. In fact, Fred had taken to locking himself in his room, smoking and drinking himself into oblivion. When you're dealing with street-hardened cops, it's survival of the fittest. Any weakness and you're dead meat. A really nice guy, Fred was so sensitive and understanding and gullible, he didn't stand a chance with this crew. There was a standing rule. No women on the floor. One night, one of the cops comes to Fred saying he can't take it anymore. That's not something you want to hear as a counselor. His roommate has a different woman in bed every night and he can't sleep. So Fred goes with the guy to the room and sees half a dozen other men standing outside the door waiting their turn, holding money in their sweaty hands. Fred freaks. He barges in on the guy who's on top of this long-haired blonde, grabs him, and pulls him off the woman, who turns out to be an inflatable doll. 1 week later, another cop comes to Fred's room in the middle of the night saying his depressed roommate, Harry, has just opened the window and jumped. First of all, the windows in the dorm building aren't supposed to open. So Fred races down the hall into the room, peers out the open window, and sees Harry covered with blood lying on the grass. Fred races down the stairs and out to the suicide scene, whereupon Harry jumps up and scares the shit out of him. It happens a bottle of ketchup had been appropriated from the cafeteria that very night. By graduation, Fred's hair was falling out. He wasn't shaving, his leg was numb, and he was walking with a limp. A neurologist could find nothing clinically wrong with him. A year later, back in his field office, he was out on a medical disability discharge. I felt sorry for the guy, but in one respect at least, cops are a lot like criminals. You've got to prove how tough you are with each.
Diagonal cut from left shoulder.
Despite my easygoing and humorous approach, I wasn't immune either, though fortunately, most of it was camp stuff. On one occasion, my group removed all the furniture from my room. On another, they short-sheeted my bed. And on several more, they stretched cellophane across my toilet
Have you
seat.
ever lost anyone close?
You have to be able to relieve stress somehow. There came a point when they were driving me nuts. I was desperate to get away for a little while. And like the good cops they were, they sensed that moment precisely.
I'll spare you.
They propped my green MGB up with cinder blocks, lifting it just enough off the ground so that the wheels missed by a small fraction of an inch. I get in, turn on the engine. I pop the clutch, put the car in gear, and futilely gun the engine, unable to figure out why I'm going nowhere fast. I get out, cursing at the damn British engineer. I open the hood, I kick the tires. I bend down and look under the car. And all of a sudden, the entire parking lot is lit up. They're all in their cars, shining their headlights at me. Since they claim to like me, they actually put the car back on terra firma for me after they'd had their fun. The foreign students were in for their share too. A lot of these guys would come over with empty suitcases, go to the PX, and buy like crazy. I particularly remember one high-ranking Egyptian colonel. He'd asked a cop from Detroit what fuck meant. Big mistake. The cop had told him, somewhat accurately, that this was an all-purpose word that had many, many different usages depending on the situation, but it was almost always appropriate. One of its meanings is beautiful or classic. So he's in the PX, goes over to the photography counter, points, and booms out, "I wish to buy that fucking camera." The horrified young woman clerk says, "Excuse me? I want to buy that fucking camera." Some of the other guys quickly get to him and explain that while the term does have many usages, it's not used around women and children. Then there was the Japanese police officer who had dutifully asked one of the other cops the protocol for greeting instructors one holds in high regard. So every time I saw him in the hallway, he would smile, bow respectfully, and greet me with, "Fuck you, Mr. Douglas." Rather than getting all complicated, I'd bow back, smile, and say, "Fuck you too." Generally, when the Japanese sent over someone to the National Academy, they would insist on sending 2 students.
Why was that not in the show? They should have put that shit in the show.
It became clear that one would be the superior officer, and the other a subordinate who would be responsible for shining the senior man's shoes, making his bed, cleaning his room, and generally acting. Several of the other students went to Jim Cotter and complained that the top guy was regularly practicing his karate and martial arts by beating the hell out of his companion. Cotter took the top guy aside, explained that every student was equal at the academy, and stated in no uncertain terms that this kind of behavior wouldn't be tolerated. But it just goes to prove the kind of cultural barriers that have to be overcome. I sat in on NA classes and got a sense of how they were taught. By the end of the session in December, both the behavioral science and education units offered me jobs. The education unit chief offered to pay for more graduate school, but I thought I'd be more interested in behavioral science. I came back to Milwaukee a week before Christmas, so confident I'd be getting the posting to Quantico that Pam and I bought a 5-acre lot in an area south of the FBI Academy in Quantico. In January 1977, the Bureau announced a manpower study, during which time personnel transfers would be frozen. So there went my new job. I was stuck with this lot in Virginia and had to borrow money from my dad for the down payment, and I still had no idea what my future in the Bureau was going to be. But then, several weeks later, I'm out on a case with an agent named Henry McCaslin when I get a call from headquarters that I'm going to be transferred to Quantico in June and assigned to behavioral science. At 32 years of age, I would be taking the place of Pat Mullaney, who was going on to the inspection staff at headquarters. Those were big shoes to fill, and I looked forward to the challenge. My only real concern was the people I'd be teaching. I knew how they could take apart counselors, even ones they liked. I could only imagine how tough they'd be on instructors who were trying to teach them their own business. I had the right dance down, but I wasn't sure if I knew the song well enough. If I was going to be teaching them behavioral science, I'd better figure out some way to eliminate as much of the BS as I could. And if I was going to be able to say anything of value to a police chief 15 or 20 years older than me, I knew I'd better have the goods to back it up. And it was that fear that led me to the next stage of the journey.
Look at that.
Chapter 6. Taking the show on the road. 9 special agents were assigned to behavioral science when I joined the unit in June of 1977, all primarily involved in teaching. The main course offered to both FBI personnel and National Academy students was applied criminal psychology. Howard Tetton had originated it back in 1972, focusing on the issue with which detectives and other crime solvers are most concerned: motive. The idea was to try to give students an understanding of why violent criminals think and act as they do. Yet as popular and useful as this course was, it was based mainly on research and teaching from the academic discipline of psychology.
And what would you have?
Some of the material came from Tetton's own experience, and later that of the other instructors. But at that time, the only ones who could speak from the authority of organized, methodical, broadly conducted studies were the academics. And there was a dawning realization among many of us that these studies and this professional perspective had only limited applicability.
Wait, I know you.
Lost? Welcome to the House of Curiosities. I offer a brief tour for a few coins, or you can simply browse at your leisure. Let me see. Traditionally, it's carried by the court. I would, for a piece like that, I could pay 500 gold. Suit yourself. It's only of value to collectors, though. Good luck finding anyone else who will appraise it that highly. Woundfirth? Bah, it's purely ceremonial, and he has no use for it. Besides, I wouldn't want to be the one to give it to him. Gives me the creeps. They say he dabbles in necromancy. A most pleasant chat. Until the next.
Wait,
He's a true Norn. He'll come around.
Don't be so sure of that. We've intercepted couriers. The Stormcloaks are finding victory. I've never seen it. Might even give you a bit of gold for it.
And what would you have me do?
If he's not with us.
Gotta keep my eyes open. Damn dragons could swoop down at any time. No lollygagging. Stay away from the Oratino residence. The place is cursed. I mostly deal with petty thievery and drunken brawls. Been too long since we've had a good
Whatever
bandit
you've heard, I could take a look. Strength and steel are well and good, but magic is the true power in this world.
What is it?
Then let them die with their false kings.
We've been so...
Wait.
You're like me, huh? Don't fancy those clunky two-handed weapons.
Can I help you? Welcome to the House of Curiosities. I offer a brief tour for a few coins, or you can simply browse at your leisure. My sister and I once traveled the world to assemble our collection. Such adventures we had. I don't care much for the war one way or... The Wheelstone? Have you decided to sell it yet?
Won't give us a straight answer.
He's a true Nord. He'll come around.
I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord, I've never seen it. Might even give you a bit of gold for it.
The Empire's putting a great deal of pressure on Whiterun.
Wait.
My cousin's out fighting dragons, and what do I get? The Imperials think we need their laws.
I trust you're not planning any trouble. What can I do for you, friend? Welcome to the House of Curiosities. I offer a brief tour for a few coins, or you can simply browse at your leisure. My sister and I once traveled the world to assemble our collection. Such adventures we had. Pickpocket! We've got a pickpocket!
You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people. What say you in your defense?
Please!
These were popular.
Just talking about
and there was
that, just
usually a
talking
waiting
about.
list of requests for our services, mainly from chiefs and senior people who've been through the.
I don't really know what the fuck I'm meant to do here, though. I've got his fucking journals,
Going out with a
like.
seasoned instructor
Fuck
and
me,
watching
then,
you
eh?
perform for 2 weeks was a quick way of picking up what it was you were supposed to be doing.
I did.
So I started tracking.
Splendid.
Well,
If you'll just follow me,
there was a
I'll
standard
tell
drill
you
to the
tales
road
and
school.
show you wonders
You'd leave home on Sunday,
never seen.
teach at one department or academy from Monday morning to Friday noon, then move on to the next school and do it all again. After a while, you started to feel like shame for the lone.
Windhelm. They belonged to the ancient Nords who dwelt in Skyrim before the days of the First Empire. Scholars believe that the Nords of old used these implements to prepare their dead for burial. What macabre mysteries would these tools reveal if they could but speak? Here is the Book of Fate, discovered in a secret room in the Arcane University. The writing in the book describes the destiny of its reader, so the words change from one person to the next. Some see only blank pages, and nobody knows why. Perhaps some of us are born with no destiny, or maybe the blank pages signify an imminent death. Ah, now here's an item out of legend. This is Iskramord's soup spoon. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is no spoon, it's a fork. Nobody can eat soup with a fork. Well, my friend, you did not know Iskramord. Don't let this innocent-looking flute fool you, for this is the dancer's pipe. Legend holds that the dancer's pipe has won wars, toppled empires, and changed the very course of history. None know its origins, but the stories say that men who hear its music are compelled to dance uncontrollably, no matter the peril. To activate this strange power, one must only speak the magic words, which are... Oh my! I very nearly got us both into a nasty predicament, didn't I? And with that, the tour is over. I thank you for your patronage, and I hope to see you again soon. My sister, my sister Pat, I think she would be happy to know that our collection has brought smiles to faces. The Wheelstone? Have you decided to sell it yet? Woundfirth? But besides, I wouldn't want to be the one to give it to him. Gives My sister and I once traveled the world to assemble our collection.
He summons the Thu.
Algrif won't give us a straight answer.
He's a true Nord. He'll come around.
The Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land. I've never seen. Might even give you a bit of gold for it.
The Empire's putting a great deal of pressure on Whiterun.
Wait. I know you.
Whatever you've heard I can do is probably true.
They say. Wait. I know you. Until next time.
Is the true power in this world.
Wait. I know you.
Then let them die with their false kings.
We've been soldiers a long time.
I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord Ulfric listens to my
but
counsel
people are
all
still
the same.
weighing things in their hearts.
What's left of Skyrim to wager?
Can I help you? Welcome to the House of the Wheelstone. Have you decided to sell it yet? Wonderful. This will be a splendid addition to my private collection. My sister and I once traveled the world. I don't care much for the war one way or the other. Attack an old man again, would you? A most pleasant job. Oh, no, you don't. Welcome to the House of Curiosities. I offer a brief tour for a few... My sister and I once... The Wheelstone? Have you decided to sell it yet? Suit yourself. It's only of value to collectors, though. Good luck finding anyone...
I'm a sailor on the North. We're laying over in Windhelm.
Wait. I know you. Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire.
The Dunmere get their drinks at the new Nickel Corner Club. Why they can't just call it a tavern for me only.
Take care not to set anything on fire.
If you've got some time, my sister and I once traveled the world to assemble our collection. Such adventures we had.
Huh?
Pleasant chat. Until the next.
Farm work is hard work. Good to relax when I can, but I still have to listen to my brothers harping about injustices. Of course working for Bolfredi isn't my first choice. But what... can a Dunmer do out here?
Still here? As you wish, my Thane.
Spare a coin for a poor old woman.
I made my fortune as a sea captain, but now I'm retired.
I still can't believe
Got some-
Isabella's gone.
Sure thing.
She
It's
was
yours
such a
for a
helpful young
I'll
lass.
show you to your room. Right this way. Enjoy your... Don't break nothing. Take a look. Mind you don't put out that candle on the hearth upstairs. Let me know if there's anything else you need.